Good afternoon. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx Webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. My name is Bruce Mullock. Panel members this afternoon are Carl Nipfel, Larry Clay, Sahir Bayat, and Lisa Valentini. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting via their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone. All participants will automatically be muted upon entry. When an item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Today, Committee of Adjustment is offering attendees the option to appear by video. Those attendees that have registered in advance to attend by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelist status when their item is being heard. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as attendee status. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The moderator will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with sections 45, and 53 of the Planning Act, 1990, as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to property, permission to extend or to alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consents to sever property in order to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and an email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email only. You may not agree with the decision of the committee. Decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Procedure. I will call each item in the order that it is listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if requested by the committee. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. And I will comment to you as you are approaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and your address. Please remember to outline and to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and may be asked to make a presentation. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised. To ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to receive notice are informed of the changes. Then individuals, either in support of or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of speakers as they finish their presentations. When all the speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut, but only to those issues that were raised by the speakers. And that'll mark the end of discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Are there any declarations of interest by panel or staff for items on the next segment? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, please. Mr. Nipfel?
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to declare a potential conflict on number 29341 Bloor Street. The applicant architect and I have been serving on a professional committee together.
Thank you very much. Number 29, okay. Thank you for that. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral?
Through you, Mr. Chair, see none for this afternoon.
Thank you. And further, are there any files to be closed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, see none for this afternoon.
Thank you. Okay. Let's go now to our agenda. And we begin now with item number 21, 119 Galley Avenue. And we'll ask the agent to join us, please, by stating your name.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Barry Hayter. We are the architects and representative for the client
Good afternoon to
for
you.
119 Galley Avenue.
Very good. Thank you. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
On this application, the panel has before it plans submitted by the applicant for photographs of the property. There is presentation material from the agent received 28 June. And there are 2 form letters in support signed by owners or occupants of 115 and 117 Galley Avenue. Okay, panel members, on this application, Would anyone like to have a presentation or to put questions to the applicant? Mr. Nipfel, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. I was wondering, you have support from 115, which is one neighbor, but you don't have at least a written support letter from 121. Have you had consultations with them?
We have tried to contact them, but we've been unable to reach them to discuss the possible build or any issues they may have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Applicant, is there any one thing you'd like the panel to know about your application?
No, we just find we were looking at the streetscape in Galley Avenue, and we submitted a drawing right at the end that we later attached for your reference. We kind of find that our proposed build is within keeping with the characteristics of the dwellings, the existing dwellings on Galley Avenue, and feel that the mass and form is a welcoming and common look for the streetscape as well.
Thanks very much. Okay.
If you refer to it's SK, those are existing site photos that you have there. It's SK 1.11. Oh, there we go. So the current home is the one on the left, and the proposed build would look similar to the home on the right with the third story top up, as we have a sloped front facade on the addition. So it's kind of keeping with the characteristics and architecture of the street.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, panel members, I think we can take this one then into committee at this stage for a motion, unless someone has a comment first. Mr. Nipfel?
Mr. Chairman, I think this is a very nice proposal. The architect's done a very good job in placing an addition on the top of the building, and as he's indicated, reflecting the architectural character of the street, of adjacent houses as well. I don't think there is any difficulty that I can see with it imposing on neighbors in an unwelcome way. I would be prepared to move a motion of approval. I would only suggest that the approval be tied to the elevation drawings, because I think the strength of the application is the very clever way the elevations have been dealt with, and also the screening that's provided on the rear deck, both of which are indicated on the elevation drawings.
Thank you for that. Is there a second? There is, Ms. Valentini. It is moved and seconded to approve. All in favor, please show hands. And that's a vote that is unanimous to carry the motion and to so approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Number 22, 210 Yarmouth. On this application, before the panel are the submitted materials, plus revised plans from 4 July, and a revised zoning waiver from 4 July. There is comment from City Community Planning, and there is support correspondence in the form of 3 letters, 212, 217, and Yarmouth, and 47 Burnfield. So we'll ask the agent to join us, please, by stating your name.
Good afternoon, Sir Chair and committee members. My name is David Eagleman, 900 the East Mall Suite 300, and I'm a planner here on behalf of the owners.
Thank you. Panel members, questions for the applicant? Mr. Clay, first, followed by Mr. Byatt.
Sure. I guess the obvious question is, we have a planning staff report in front of us recommending refusal. Have you seen that?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, and perhaps I can ask if the committee would like a presentation, but before I do that, I'll answer Member Clay's question. We have consulted with community planning staff, and we have made revisions to the proposal to the satisfaction of community planning staff. Those revisions were made following that report that is on file currently dated June 29th. And there is up-to-date correspondence that has been submitted to the committee from planning staff indicating that they are satisfied with the revised proposal. That correspondence may not be within the committee's package. However, it is on file with the committee. So planning staff are satisfied. And basically what we revised was we've set back the proposed third floor 1.4 meters from the front main wall, and that has in turn reduced the FSI to 1.472 times the lot area. And
Just a moment, please. I'm going to ask staff, please, to come back to the staff report and scroll down so we can see the body of the body of that. So scroll down here so we can see the application and the conclusion. How does the report conclude? Scroll down a bit further. There we are. Thank you. Yep. Go ahead. So sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Sorry, this is the old, this is the set of comments that we've received. Has there been something subsequent to this?
yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I believe it was up on the screen previously. If we could just pull up the email from planning staff indicating that they are satisfied. Yes, so if you scroll down, you'll see the email from the planner on file indicating that he is satisfied with the revisions.
Okay. Great. Well, before you get into your presentation, if I could just have one last follow-up. You've indicated that your FSI it was originally 1.53. It's now down to 1.47. I will admit that was probably the one thing that struck me most about this application was the FSI. What's the current FSI of the structure?
So through you, Mr. Chair, to answer member Clay's question, I'm just pulling it up right now.
Take your time.
And I will just have to calculate it quickly.
Take your time, please.
So the existing FSI is actually at 0.94 times the lot area. So it's not very far off from what is like the proposed FSI. The additional floor space is fairly minor compared to what is currently existing on the property today.
Further questions? Yeah, okay, thank you. Further questions, anyone? Ms. Valentini, go ahead.
I think it would be really helpful, at least for me, to go through. We don't have the benefit of the revised notice, I don't believe, in our package. It looks like it was something else, that different notice. So I would like to know how these variances are changing. Because when I looked at the revised plans, I didn't see a big change. So I don't know how this application has changed and to what degree.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we just start at basics and do that, please?
Yes.
Just with respect to this, is the well, what we're looking at here on the screen right now, that's the previous or the revised minor variance notice? Let's just get that list of. Would you get the put the minor variances back up, please? That list of, and let's see what. So is that the revised or is that the previous? I think it's the original.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's the original that was sent out. And the applicant has later submitted a revised waiver form, which
Okay.
outlines, which is what's on the screen
Okay,
right now
fine.
from July the 4th. And so if the applicant can go through what those revisions are.
Let's do that. Do you see what we're trying to do here, applicant? We want to make sure that the panel understands exactly what they're being asked to look at and consider.
No problem. Through you, Mr. Chair, it should be fairly straightforward. The only revision that was done in order to satisfy planning staff was to set back the proposed third floor 1.4 meters from the front main wall, which has not impacted any variances except for the FSI, which has been reduced from 1.53 to now 1.472. That is the only revision to the variances.
And through you, Mr. Chair, that would be 273.62 square meters. Is that correct, Mr. Engelman?
That is correct.
Okay.
Mr. Engelman, are the elevation or the revised drawings that we received last night, are they the latest revision? Perhaps we could put the elevations on the screen and you could let us know, because we've got original drawings that don't have the setback because the planning department report speaks to that. And then we got new plans last evening.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I will answer your question, Member Nipful, once we get to that elevation, and as long as the 1.4 meter setback, perhaps we could look at the side elevation just to confirm. Yes, so these are correct. These
Because
are
the
the
third floor is
revised
set
plans.
back from the front, right?
Exactly.
The third floor has been set back, right? With 4 feet 7 1/4 inches.
Correct.
Okay.
And that revision was made through you, Mr. Chair. That revision was done to the satisfaction of community planning staff, as we discussed. If the committee would like a presentation, I would be happy to provide one.
Thank you for that. I don't think we're asking for that. We're just trying to understand the exact nature of the minor variances that we are being asked to vote upon. But anyway, I should ask the panel. Anyone on panel like a presentation? I'm not hearing a request for that, no. Okay. Are members of the panel satisfied that they understand what we are considering? Okay. I think at that stage then, we can probably take this application into committee for Ms. Valentini. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I thought you were going to ask if we had any questions, but I understand what's changed. I'd like to know how your proposal is going to fit in with the house. I think it's believes is next door at 212. Looks like they have a third floor that is step back. How does yours step back relate to the step back of that house?
Yes, so through you, Mr. Chair, to answer Member Valentini's question, I can't speak to the exact setback of the adjacent dwelling at 212 Yarmouth. However, the proposal will be set back similarly to the adjacent dwelling, and I will note that the adjacent neighbor at 212 is actually in support of the proposal, as well as some other neighbors on the street and within the neighborhood. There are other dwellings on the street and within the neighborhood that some are not stepped back with 3 stories and some have flat roofs. And so the proposal will be in keeping with that existing character.
Mr.
Chair, I wonder if I'm just looking at the side elevation. I'm just trying to understand. So if you look at the street view, there are 2 balconies. There's a balcony and a porch. So is the final dwelling, are you basically filling in that area with house, or does that stay balcony?
Side elevation, please.
Yeah, I don't know if my question, if you understand my question.
Yeah, I understand it.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to answer your question, Member Clay, we are in fact filling in those covered platform and balconies on the front main wall, so that will become enclosed livable space. And the proposal, just to provide some context, the proposal is for additions to the existing dwelling on top of the existing foundation. So a number of the variances we are requesting are a result of an existing condition on the subject property. And for example, the front yard setback variance is a result of the fact that we are enclosing those covered platforms on the front main wall. So to answer your question, yes, we are filling in those two platforms on the front main wall.
Okay. Ms. Valentini.
Are there any other houses that have, because often, we see enclosed front porches in the front, the first floor, but not typically the second. Are there any other houses that are going to have the same front setback in terms of actual building mass? I'm not talking about the front porch itself, but in terms of enclosed space.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, to answer your question, Member Valentini, I will just check my my research here, but there are other dwellings within the neighborhood that have a similar front yard setback, fairly small front yard setbacks within this neighborhood. There are some dwellings at a front yard setback of 1.98 meters on Concord Avenue. There is on Shaw Street as well. There is a 0 meter setback at 976 Shaw Street, and at 74 Pendrith Street there is a similar setback as well, 1.8 meters. So there are similar setbacks within the neighborhood, and it is practically an existing condition. I understand it is two covered platforms, but it is essentially an existing condition because the front yard setback is to the enclosed portion that will fill in the existing covered platforms.
Yeah, I guess I should have been more specific. I mean, in the vicinity, like on the street, on this side of the street. It doesn't appear that the other houses come that much forward.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't believe I have any decisions of similar front yard setbacks.
Okay.
However,
oh, sorry.
okay.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say through you, Mr. Chair, that there are similar setbacks within the neighborhood, and there may be similar setbacks on the street that are just not reflected within the previous Committee of Adjustment decisions.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Further questions, panel? If there are none, then let's take the application into committee. And we can move to a motion, or anyone who wants to make a comment is invited to do so. Is anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Mike, go ahead.
Recommendation for refusal was the first thing that struck me. But as the applicant has indicated, he's made changes that have met the planning department's requirements, and so they're quite satisfied. Beyond that, I do not see any other issues with this particular application. And as such, I'd be quite happy to move motion to approve.
Thank you. Does that motion have a second? It does have a second, Mr. Nipfel.
No.
Oh,
I was going to ask for a friendly amendment to Mr. Byatt.
go
Would you
ahead.
consider placing a privacy screen on the east and west sides of the ground floor deck? My
Absolutely.
reason for that is because this house, and I think it's where Miss Valentini was coming from, this house is higher than the other houses. The ground floor is higher. And that ground floor deck is actually a fair bit off the ground and poses a privacy problem, I think. And the other thing is, I think in order to safeguard what the planning department had negotiated, I'd suggest that we tie any approval to drawings A03.04, A03.03, and the site plan, the floor plan. I have to just check those drawings again, but I think we need to tie it to plans.
Perfect.
Take your time and check them, and we'll give staff a moment to catch up with us. So,
Through you, Mr. Chair, do you just want to have them tied to the site plan as well as the elevation plans?
Actually, not the site plan. What I'm trying to do is to secure the step back that planning negotiated. So I'm wrong. It's not the site plan. It's the elevation drawings and one of the floor plans which shows it. I think it's the third floor plan. I'm just trying to find it now.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to make it easier, we could just tie it to the revised plans received on July the 4th, 2022.
Okay,
that's good.
that's good because it's shown both on the plan and on the elevation. So that's great. If Mr. Byatt agrees with that.
Perfect. Thank
He
you,
does.
Carl.
He does.
And it's approved as amended.
It will be approval as amended. If we go to that stage, so does that motion as amended have a second? It is seconded by Mr. Nipfel. So moved and seconded to approve as amended. Those in favor, please show your hands. And that is a unanimous vote. Motion carried, and the application is approved. Thank you. Number 23 is 18 ELMSDALE.
Chairman?
18 ELMSDALE. On 18 ELMSDALE, the only materials before us are those submitted by the applicant. And we'll ask the agent to join us, please, by stating their name.
Hi, Chairman. Hi, members. My name is Ardit Vata. I'm the owner of 18 ELMSDALE. And yeah, I'm trying to get a permit to build, a major reno or an
Okay.
add-in a story on top. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just a second. Now, do we have someone standing by in opposition? We do. Okay, then, Mr. Vata, you have 5 minutes to present your proposal to us. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I'm trying to alter the existing story by completing a second story and a different rear balcony, and also a driveway, which is going to be with interlock, having some greens in between blocks, and yeah, and the deck. I mean, that's pretty much what I'm trying to do. Like,
Okay.
I'm not an architect. Don't expect me to say something, very very pro.
That's perfectly fine. We'll see if there are any questions for you from the panel. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a garage still remaining on the property, and there's a right-of-way that your neighbors apparently use to access the garage. Are you going to use that garage as well?
Yeah, everything is gonna remain the same. I mean, the garage and the pathway in between, we're just gonna add. So in between both properties where the property line is, we're thinking to add greens. We've discussed it with the neighbor, and he's excited for that. We just want to add grass in between instead of stone or whatever it's now. So yeah, we basically gonna use them. Yeah.
Then why are you proposing an integral garage? Because the integral garage is severely hampering your ability to landscape the front yard. And if you've already got a garage at the back that's serviceable, why do you need the integral garage?
Oh, I took the question wrong. Sorry for that. I thought if I will still maintain the garage and I will keep it as a building, but it does not mean that I can park there. The space between houses is extremely tight. I can't even drive the car through. Like even if I had the smallest car, I can drive a bike, but I don't feel safe buying a bike. So I think it will be as a building. Probably I'll use it for different purposes, as a storage or a place where I can go and sit, relax, but not as garage.
Here's my question for you. It relates to the front yard, minor variance number 2, on which you are asking for for 28.7% landscaping where 50 is required. But if we could put the site plan back up, please. And as I look at your driveway, your driveway appears to be the reason that the front, you make the request for a deficiency there. I know you have to dodge that tree. That's why your driveway takes the little turn. But what could be done here to mitigate this? You're just a little bit better than half of what the soft landscaping requirement is. Is there a way that your driveway could be reduced in width in order to increase the soft landscaping?
So what I proposed, Mr. Chairman, is we use the interlocking blocks, and in between them, we'll still keep grass, which is going to be green. So I wouldn't say it's 100% driveway like concrete or asphalt. It's like interlocking with grass in between, which will still allow me to drive in, and still it will look green somehow.
I understand better now. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Nipfel.
Could you tell me how wide the driveway is just before, we're on the portion that's your front yard? As you're approaching the garage?
Yeah, I think it shows here 9.9 foot 10 inches. What I can read here, and closer to the house is about 10 foot and 4 inches, 4 inches and a
Is there
half.
any way can you accommodate a narrower driveway? That's a fairly substantial driveway, given that you've got a landscape deficiency.
What I can do is probably uh, just thinking. Sorry. Do you have any suggestions?
Well, I can give you a target number. We'd like to see you get that 28 number, 28.7%. If you could get that up to around 37 or 38%, that'd be the kind of change that we'd like to see, because the principle here, the thing we're concerned about now, is that focus on soft landscaping has become quite intense. What you're describing with the interlocking brick is better than some of the alternatives, but it still isn't the same as the kind of soil depth you would get with normal soil and grass. So we'd like to see you get up to, what can you do to get up to 20 or 37, 38%?
If I had the ability to calculate the percentage of the green in between the blocks of the interlock, that would be great. But adding that green on top of the total green area, I don't know what the percentage would be after I calculate that and see if I can reach to the 37% as you are requesting. Then maybe I'll see where I can remove some of the, maybe make it a little narrower. Or
just hold that thought for a second, Mr. Byatt. Your question?
Just related to that, Mr. Chair, as Mr. Niffer was trying to ask, which he did, was the driveway seems to be pretty close to accommodating 1.5 average cars. Now, I don't know what size car our applicant drives or is intending to park in that space, but 10 foot is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet wider than an average vehicle. By reducing the width of the driveway, the parking space there, I think he would certainly increase the soft landscaping by a lot more.
I think you're right on that. The driveway as you've got it now is probably not wide enough to park 2 cars side by side. So that being the case, if you were to reduce it to the width of 1 car, that would make a very big improvement on your soft landscaping.
Yeah, and also I don't know if, Mr. Chairman, if I park there, we'll have to take under consideration that the doors will be open and people going to be coming out from both sides, left and right, and we don't want to step right in the dirt, and so yeah, I mean, if we can have enough space to get in the car and walk on the driveway instead of dirt, I would be happy to do that.
Well, I mean, yes. So better that the proposal
Can I make
comes.
a suggestion, Chair? We're picking numbers out of the hat. And I'm a little bit uncomfortable with that at this stage. If the panel feels that the driveway is too wide, we could put a condition in that reduces the panel or the driveway.
Exactly.
Say, for example, 8 feet wide, that would reduce it 2 feet. And I'm sympathetic to the applicant's concern that, if you've got a full car, you've got people entering and exiting. 8 feet should be sufficient for a single car and be able to exit or enter the vehicle while on the driveway. So
Perfect.
My suggestion would be a condition, if we thought this was an approvable application, a condition that reduced the width of the driveway to 8 feet wide.
That sounds like a good proposal.
What do you guys think?
Yeah.
I agree. I'm wondering in companionship with that, if the applicant could take that additional, it's now 9'10" at one end. I think it's wider while it's on the, I can't read through. Oh, it's 10 here. You can read through the shading. It's 10 foot,
4 inches.
1.5 inches. Is it 4? I can't read that part, but it's 10 foot something, 4.5 inches wide. If it went down to 8 feet, so that's 2 feet, 4.5 inches, that would go into landscaping. So that dimension times the length of the driveway, what does that do to the landscaping in the front yard? Because we should change that landscaping variance. I agree with you, Larry. I just would like to get some numbers to go with it.
Perhaps we should give the applicant a chance to work on these numbers and come back to him in 15 minutes.
Yeah, sure. So deducting, I took notes as deducting 2 feet, right, from the driveway.
No, you're not. You're deducting 2 feet, 4.5 inches. You're getting it down to 8 feet.
Yeah, because in the front part is 9 foot 10 inches, which is 1 foot and 10 inches. Yeah, okay, I got the notes.
Okay, in that case, let's do this. We'll give you time and quiet to work on these numbers and calculate them. And we're going to just leave this. We're going to set this application aside and do the next application on our agenda. And as soon as it's done, we'll come back to you to pick up right here where we're leaving off.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's do that with 118 Elmsdale. It goes to the side, and we move on to number 24, 221 Forest Hill Road. And 221 Forest Hill Road. On this application, the panel has before it copy of materials submitted. There's an additional site plan for July, a zoning notice for July, an arborist report from Al Miley and Associates. There's a letter of clearance from the supervisor at Urban Forestry, and there's a permit for tree removal from the supervisor at Urban Forestry received for July. And we'll ask the agent now to join us, please, by stating your name.
Lauren Rose, good afternoon. I'm the architect. You need my address, 388 Spadina Road.
Thank you very much. Okay, panel, on this application, does anyone wish to have a presentation, or does anyone have questions for the agent? Ms. Valentini, please.
I don't need a presentation. Your materials speak for themselves as always, but I noticed in our supplemental package, you provided, sorry, I'm just trying to find it. I don't think it's a revised zoning notice, but you provided a zoning notice that had more information on it, I believe.
Yes.
Can you just explain, is that because of prior variances, or can you explain
Yes, so
that? Because I don't think the variances changed, but I just want to be sure.
that's exactly right. So I, unfortunately, when the notice went out to the neighbors, it didn't really state that there was a previous approval here that was much bigger. So what I would hope that the notice went out with the exact notes as per the zoning notice. It did not. So it shows that everything we're building here, except for the turret, is smaller than the previously approved house. So I had also done a drawing to show that, but this is much cleaner. So that's why that's there.
Okay, thank you. I wanted confirmation of that, and that's what I thought was the case, but thank you.
Okay. Further questions of the applicant? I'm not hearing any, so in that case, let's take the application into committee. Oh, Mr. Niffel, go ahead. Question? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I think this kind of application is the very reason why we have variances and the opportunity for the Committee of Adjustment to approve variances. If you look at the variances and only look at the numbers, this sounds like a lot of potential overbuilding because the numbers are very high. However, this is a very unusual, irregular shaped lot.
Mr. Niffel, let me interrupt you for one moment, please. I'll ask the moderator to reduce the panel now to just to the panel, please. Sorry, Mr. Niffel, go ahead.
I think the architect has done a really good job in configuring the needs of this particular project to an irregular shaped piece of property. I don't think there are any negative implications to anyone surrounding the property or the neighborhood. I think it's a rather handsome building, and I think it's very well thought out. I have no difficulties with this, and as I say, I think this is the very reason why we have variances to accommodate irregular conditions such as the applicant is dealing with here.
Okay. Any other comments or anyone ready to make a motion? Mr. Niffel, go right ahead.
Mr. Chairman, if no one else has any difficulties with the application, I'd like to move approval of the application, although I would like to tie the approval to the plans. Part of the success of the proposal is the way in which the building has been configured, and I'd like that captured in the conditions so that I'd tie them to plans.
Thank you. That is seconded by Mr. Byatt. So moved and seconded to approve, tied to plans. Those in favor, please, show of hands. Vote is unanimous to carry the motion, and the application is approved. Thanks. Okay, then we'll step back one application back to number 23, 18 ELMSDALE, and ask the moderator to admit the applicant on 18 ELMSDALE once again.
I have to give him a call and an email. Just one moment.
Go ahead. We'll stand by.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, we're going to need numbers for both variance number 2 and variance number 3.
Yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps maybe we should move on to item number 25 until we're able to contact the applicant again for item 23.
I'm prepared to do that. If it's, yeah, let's do that. Number 25 is 74 Arundel Avenue. We are in receipt of material submitted with the application. There is correspondence from city planning and further correspondence both in support of and in opposition to. 9 form letters in support from addresses on Arundel Avenue. In opposition, there is 1 letter from 76 Arundel Avenue, Allison Reed, received 27 July. And as I look at the list of speakers, moderator, we don't have anyone actually in opposition. Yeah, okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, actually, we do have Chloe who will be speaking on behalf of Allison Reed. Okay.
Oh, she's going to be speaking in opposition on behalf. Yes, I get it.
Yes,
Okay.
because she is the architect.
Yes, okay. And Chloe is with us. Okay, then. Let's go to the agent.
Good afternoon, committee. This is Matthew Oliveira. I'm here representing.
And have the agent join us, please. Just state your name.
Hello, good afternoon, committee. My name is Matthew Oliveira. I'm here representing 74 Arundel Avenue, and I'm with Replacement Design, located at 911 Davenport Road.
Good afternoon to you. You have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead, please.
Certainly. So, as mentioned, we're seeking relief to the bylaw to create a 3rd story and 1-story rear addition. The variances we're seeking are in line with similar approvals the committee has made in the past. As you had mentioned, our client collected 9 letters of support, including that of the attached neighbor to the left at 72 Arundel. Upon designing the addition, it was important to us and the owners that we limit the increase of our overall footprint of the building.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, Mike, you're cutting in and out. Can you maybe move closer to your mic?
I'm using a headset. Can you hear me okay now? I just moved it a little closer.
Can you say that again?
I'm using a headset, but I just moved it a little closer. Can you hear me a little better now? Or?
No, it's still cutting in and out. Is there another way you could?
Let me see if I can switch the audio option to call instead. If you just bear with me 1 second.
Sure. Hi, Mike. Have you been able to resolve the issue?
Sorry, just a
Sure.
second. The phone pop didn't go through. Let me just do it one more time.
Moderator, are you able to, okay,
Through you,
hello, Mike?
Mr. Chair, we're just waiting for Mike.
Yeah. Okay, okay, moderator, you do have the.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, yes. Sorry, I connected through telephone instead, but I was stuck on mute. I just got unmuted right now.
You're good now, so don't do anything
Good.
else. Stay
All
right
right, you can
there.
hear me okay.
Okay. All right then. Let's go back to this application.
Sorry about that.
Very good.
Okay, so to speed back ahead here, as you mentioned, third story addition, one story rear addition. We have 9 letters of support. Most importantly, we have the letter of support from 72 ARUNDEL, which is the attached neighbor on the left-hand side. And going into our variances, it was important to us to design the home so that it wouldn't increase the overall footprint as much as possible. And to achieve this, we limited the depth of the one-story addition, which is the only part that doesn't go over the existing footprint, to that of the existing deck, as well as the depth of the neighbor on the left-hand side, again, number 72 ARUNDEL. We match completely with that building's overall depth. In terms of the third floor, we had actually stepped in the rear portion and sloped the front to help minimize any sort of towering towards the front and rear of the building. This helped to limit our overall presence as well on the street and keep in line with similar characteristics in the neighborhood as well. Although we're asking for 1.36 floor space index, the existing home is already over, and there's a difference of only 58.82 square meters or 0.36 FSI in relation to the existing conditions. We're also well below other approvals in the area, such as 46 Browning Ave, that was approved for 1.45 FSI on similar sized lots. And I also want to point out that the only reason we're actually this high is because our basement area is being included in the FSI, since we're technically 8 inches closer to established grade with the basement floor level than the first floor. So if it wasn't for that, we'd only be asking for 1.02 FSI. Similar to the FSI, our height variance is well in line with other approvals in the area, such as 43 Chester, that was approved for 10 meters. As I mentioned, we're keeping in the character of the neighborhood, as the addition will look quite similar to those between 60 and 70 ARUNDEL, which all currently have third floors as well. Open to any questions you might have, and responding to the comments from the objector.
Thanks very much. Panel questions now, or shall we hear from the person in opposition first? Let's do that. So we'll go to the person who's standing by to speak in opposition and ask them to join us.
Hi, can you hear me?
You're faint.
I'm faint, okay. Can you hear me better now then?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Harvard Avenue, and I am an architect, but I'm not the architect.
Sorry, Chloe, you're cutting out and you're very faint. Can you try that again?
The observations are about how the applicant's proposal would negatively impact the neighbor to the north.
Hello?
So specifically the condition between 76 and 74 that you can see on the site plan in front of us. Those are the two properties that join from front to back, unlike 72. I want to start with drawings 1 and 2 from our letter of objection, if possible, because they show the rear elevation. There we go. So this is existing and proposed. This is the actual site condition, which was missing from the applicant's set, specifically the basement door and stairwell and the sunroom above. So let's start with what happens below grade if an addition is built along the property line. Obviously, what happens is that water will want to drain into that existing hole. When it rains now, water collects on the roof of 74, and it becomes an issue because the soil is sandy, and most importantly, it's a very small text, but the grade at 74 is in fact higher than at 76. So for years, this has been a persistent problem, flooding and water damage. In fact, in 2018, number 76 had to do extensive renovation and repair to remediate water damage. Dry wells were installed, a sump pump, and they also obviously replaced a molded drywall inside of their basement. I believe that the proposed rear addition greatly threatens this recent work. And what's more, not only will water pool at the sunroom's footings, but there is no way to actually build what's being proposed without damaging the property of 76. And this is what drawing 2 illustrates. If we could move to the second drawing, please. And perhaps zoom in so we can see from the basement door. Okay. What I hope is clear in this drawing is that the proposal is not realistic from a construction or building science point of view. You can't core a foundation wall, as the applicant suggests, if there is no surrounding soil. And because there's a stairwell there, what I think would have to happen is that the property of 76 would have their retaining wall removed, their stairs affected. And I think this is really problematic that it's not resolved, and it's potentially forcing the neighbor at 76 to build a new retaining wall and stairs. I think that it will directly impact her property during construction, and I think it will likely lead to renewed drainage problems if built. Now, above grade, there's also construction and maintenance issues to address, and I think we can move to drawing number 3. As you can see, above grade, there's an existing sunroom with a sloped glass roof, and likewise, this is incorrectly drawn in the applicant's submission on Z17, where they've drawn it as flat, and in fact, it's sloped. So if number 74 builds the addition as proposed, leaves and snow will collect on 76's roof. There's an existing 75-foot tree that drops a huge quantity of leaves onto the roof right now, and right now they just simply slide off. obviously, if you build adjacent to it, they will collect in this corner. And what is extremely problematic is there's no way to reach this side of the roof to clear it because of this aforementioned stairwell. It's in fact 17 feet from the bottom of the stair landing to the roof. And I think that it's egregious to expect someone in their late 70s, early 80s to climb on a ladder to clean. The final comment I want to make, which is perhaps the most objectionable, is that the proposed addition is directly to the south, so it will therefore block direct sunlight. And that's what's seen in drawing number 4, please. The most important
I'll ask
and
you to
most
make.
used room of the
I'll
house,
ask you to make
the
your final
sunroom,
comments now, please.
will be in jeopardy of a significant diminishment of light because it's to the south. So there will be, not only would the sunroom be darkened throughout the year, but it's very likely that it will diminish or lower at least the resale value of the home.
Your time is now up. Thank you very much.
These points,
your time
and
is
in
up.
addition to the errors and omissions in the applicant's submitted drawing set, I ask that the city take this into serious consideration.
Your time is up. Thank you. Okay, so panel members, any questions for this speaker? Mr. Nipfel has a question. There's a question for you.
Could we go back to the first rear elevation, please? I have a question about the drainage. That one, that's good, that's good. My understanding is that the water problem that you're complaining about initially is because there is an exit from the basement and it's below the grade of the surrounding property. I don't see that that's fully the problem of the or potentially the problem of this proposal, but related to that, if I'm reading this correctly, the rainwater leader from the roof of your client's property goes also into exactly the same area, does it not? It shows that it exits just beside that doorway. So it's contributing to some of the water, right?
I'm muted. I don't know.
You're unmuted now. Go ahead, please.
Oh, good. Thank you. No, and in fact, because it's an elevation, it extends further into the garden.
I'm sorry, you are faint. We can't hear your comments. So
it extends further into the garden because it's an elevation. The rainwater leader leads to the rear.
How far out does that?
Does it go well beyond the depressed area near the doorway?
Say it again, please. Say it again, please.
With the rainwater leader on the, you're right, on the elevation, how far out into the yard does it come? Does it come beyond the hole where you get access to the basement? You have stairs going down to that access to the basement. Does it go beyond that elevation change?
Yes, it does.
How many feet out into the garden?
Yes.
How many feet does it go into the garden? Hello?
Yes?
How many feet does that?
I'm just having technical difficulties, so I apologize.
Okay. Do you hear my question?
So say it again, please.
My question relates to the downspout. Once the downspout is going horizontally into the garden, how far does it go?
I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Further questions? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Sorry, if I can just, we're texting. Allison Reed tells me that it extends 25 feet.
Oh, thank you very much. Significant distance. Okay, thank you.
Just a quick question with regard to the access to the basement and the stairwell. How long has that been in existence?
It was there prior to the purchase of 76. So I believe that she's lived in the house for 17 years. It was built by the prior occupant.
Prior occupant. Thank you.
Any further questions for this speaker panel? I'm not hearing any, so we'll go back now to the applicant and offer the applicant a chance to comment in rebuttal.
Hi, yes. So our clients have had multiple discussions with the neighbors moving forward with the application. However, unfortunately, they weren't able to come to any sort of agreement. And based on these discussions, it seemed to stand that this neighbor simply doesn't want to see any sort of addition that sticks out past them. The shading that they're talking about, our addition is only going to stick out 2 foot 5 inches in front of the existing neighbor at 76. So any shading is going to be quite minimal. Touching on the other items they brought up briefly, all water runoff has to be addressed within our own property, regardless of the basement walkout or additions the neighbor might have. This is something the building inspector is supposed to ensure is being managed properly during their own inspections, and isn't necessarily something that would be shown on a zoning level drawing such as this that's part of the hearing today. As for concerns about construction, as the committee is well aware, zero lot line construction happens throughout the city on a daily basis. This is nothing new here. And with the objections from the neighbor, on the 3rd floor, we are going to push in the addition to be a zero lot line setback as well. This allows us to proceed with the drawings as pretty much shown here today and doesn't change any of the variances we're seeking relief of. If you look back at their drawing of the rear addition, they show our footings stepping into their side of the property line. As I mentioned, this is going to be a zero lot line construction, so the footings and foundation walls are going to sit fully within our client's property. There are ways to do this without having to stick that footing into their property. That's something that will be shown on the permit level construction drawings. It's not necessarily something that was part of this submission, but these are all issues we'll be dealing with as we move forward with the building permit drawings, and isn't necessarily going to be an issue here because there are ways for us to do this, such as shoring. In terms of the maintenance, right now it appears as if they're saying that the reason there are no issues there is because things can simply blow off their client's roof and onto our client's deck. There are ways to deal with maintenance in this area. People do this all throughout the city. There's multiple additions where clients have a second story versus their neighbor only having one story, and it's the same type of issue here. It doesn't take much for someone to access it with a ladder as they're cleaning their eaves troughs, as should be done on a yearly basis anyways. We don't see much of a concern there. And in terms of the unity of the 3 buildings and the front facades, our clients have had extensive discussions with the neighbors at 72 Arundel who have similar plans in the future to do a 3rd floor as well, which means 76 would actually be the outlier of the 3 dwellings as the building permits and further construction progresses in the neighborhood. And as I mentioned earlier, anywhere from 60 to 70 Arundel, these are all similar 3rd floor that we're kind of keeping in the character of the neighborhood with as well. So open any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Let's see if there are any questions. Panel for Mr. Clay. Then Mr.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to sort of have it on record. I think it's fair to say that the applicant is going to follow through, if approved, and get the appropriate approvals and permits through the building permit process. But for the comfort of the neighbor next door, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but I'm sure you're going to deal with the drainage issues in a responsible way that directs rainwater away from everyone's foundation. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that is the purpose. And we don't want to undermine anything that's been done on either property. The water drainage issues are a concern for everyone. And what hurts them would also potentially hurt us being attached. So there's definitely something we want to deal with moving forward.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that goes without saying. The other thing is, while I got you, I assume, I'm looking at your drawings, it looks like the third floor balcony right now on the drawings doesn't have privacy screening. It is fairly significant overlook. Would you be open to putting privacy screening on that?
Yes, we are, and I believe that is the one condition that community planning may have brought up in the report as well. It was their only comment was.
Right, thank you.
Ms. Valentini, did you have a question too, Ms. Valentini? Ms. Valentini first, then Mr. Nipfel to follow.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute myself. I just wanted to confirm what Micah just said. Did you say that 76 is thinking about doing a third story addition as well?
72, they just recently purchased the property. That is the person who we have the letter of support from.
Oh, sorry, it's 72. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm mixing the sides up now, but so the other attached neighbor, because this is like a row, is considering doing a third story addition as well.
Yeah, so there's only 3 houses that are attached here. So there's 72, 74, which is us in the middle, and then 76.
Right.
So 72 just purchased the house, but they are looking at doing a similar third floor addition.
Thank you.
Mr. Nipfel.
You're quite right in indicating that the municipality requires that drainage be self-contained on the property, but very much in line with where Mr. Clay was going, in order to give the neighbors some level of comfort. Would you be at all concerned if we added a condition that basically reiterated that as a condition of this approval, that all drainage is to be self-contained on the property?
If that is in the preview of the committee, I think that's amendable. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then. If there are no further questions of the applicant, we can now take this application into committee and move to a motion. And comments maybe first, or not necessarily. Mr. Clay, go ahead with whatever you need to say.
Yeah. No, I think I'll move to a motion, but I did want to, before we did that, I just acknowledge the effort and the concerns from number 76. It's not often we see a resident go through the time and expense to engage an architect, and I wanted to thank them for doing that. That's a significant obligation and commitment on their part. And I think what you'll hear from us today is that if we do support this, that we're trying to address some of the concerns that you've raised through conditions. So having said that, I'm happy, I think my colleagues are as well, to move approval of this application. I do think the agent's right. These are not uncommon types of additions in this area. The massing is sort of moved towards the back, and even the rear addition really doesn't significantly extend beyond where it is now. I don't think it is a significant impact on the neighbors of the neighborhood. I would suggest that we include planning's condition for privacy screening on the third floor balcony. I would also, I think, Carl, it's a good idea. Let's put a condition in there that, forgot exactly what your wording was, but drainage from the new build be discharged significantly deep into the lot. I don't know what,
I think,
Carl, did you have wording?
It's self-contained. The drainage is self-contained on the property. In other words, it can't go beyond the property limits.
Through you,
okay.
Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair, I think this is another situation where it's for the record. How is that condition going to be fulfilled?
Yeah, okay. So
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think the building permit process should ensure that actually happens. I think we're just trying to give the neighbor some comfort.
put it in if you like as a for the record item. For the record, the applicant agrees to self-contained drainage on the property. You could do that if you wished.
And I don't think there are any other conditions, so I'll just leave it at that.
Mr. Byatt?
Just a comment, and then I'd like to second Larry's motion. I think the dilemma that the neighbor number 76 has is that she's got a basement, a stairwell that leads below grade. And unless there's significant drainage, a drainage channel below that, I suspect that regardless of the drainage that falls on 74, that's going to be a problem situation ongoing. I think it's just that even a sump pump may not be able to contain the deluge of rainfall that we have seen and perhaps will see. So while I feel for her, I don't necessarily think it's going to be her problems may be as a result of the new extension at 74. Having said that, I'd like to second Larry's motion.
Very good. It is moved and seconded to approve the application. Those in favor, please. Show of hands. It is unanimous vote to carry that motion. And this application is approved. And at this stage, we shall go back to number 23, which has been held to the side. And
Hello?
there we are.
Yeah, I'm trying to lock in, Mr. Chairman, but it shows me wrong password. Luckily, I got you here.
Are you the applicant for number 23?
I am the applicant.
18
My
ELMSDALE.
name is Gardner.
I'm hearing you
Yes,
fine.
my name-
I hear you fine. You're with the panel now. So we have.
Perfect.
Okay. Have you been able to complete your calculations?
I have, and I'll be very happy to read it for you.
Please.
Total front area is 34.05 square meter. So the area of landscaping after reducing the driveway by 2 feet and 4 inches and a half will be 22.83 square meter, which is 67%.
Just go slowly here for a moment till we catch up with you. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're looking at specifically minor variances 2 and 3, which are both going to need revision. Let's go to number 2 first. In this case, what percentage will be maintained as soft? Or as landscaping?
67%.
Wow. Fantastic. 67 when 75 is, that's very good. Okay. And
sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, variance number 2 reads a minimum of 50% of the front yard is required to be landscaped. So is the applicant stating that 67% of the front yard will be maintained as landscaping? In that case, the variance is not required.
Well, let's go. Are you referring now to 2 or to variance number 2 or variance number 3? What you're saying would make sense, possibly, with respect to number 3.
I'm referring to the front yard reducing the size of the driveway by 2 feet and 0.4. 2 feet and 5.5 inches. Sorry.
Okay. Bear with me here. We're going to go very slowly. I want you to be looking at the notice, and first we're going to look at variance.
Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to log in at the moment, and I'm just.
You can't log in. Well.
No, I can't see the mouse like whatever you're sharing on your screen, Mr. Chairman. But I can imagine what the situation was. We were.
Just a second. No, please stop. Please. I'm looking at the notice, and the notice is actually up on the screen now. Are you able to see the screen on the Committee of Adjustment channel?
No, Mr. Chairman, I cannot sign in into the Cisco WebEx meeting.
Okay, but sir, do you have the notice in front of you?
Hang on a
With the
second.
variances
Give me a
that
moment,
are
please.
listed. There's 9
Yeah,
variances listed.
I'll get into that. If you can give me 1 second, please. Okay, committee of adjustment. Okay. Okay, no, that's not committee of variances.
Sabrina, further to your comment, if the numbers he's been talking about are correct, it would appear he doesn't need variance 2 or variance 3.
Yeah, okay.
Well, for variance number 3, a minimum of 75% of that required front yard landscaping shall be in the form of soft landscaping.
Yeah, but he's going to have, so
67%,
66.
that's not gonna.
He'd still be
enough.
deficient by 8%.
Yeah, and I also have, if you remember, the interlocking with grass in between.
Okay, we have to get here to the point that the minor variances that the panel is being asked to vote upon are exactly correct, if we are going to revise them. So I'm going to read the first, number 2. I'm going to read this to you very slowly. A minimum of 50% of the front yard is required to be landscaping. In this case, 28.7% of the front yard will be maintained as landscaping. Are you aware of, and in your case though, is the number going to be 67% that is landscaping?
So what we calculated with the architect is the total front area is 34.05 square meter. The total area of landscaping after reducing the driveway by 2 feet and 4 inches and a half will be 22.83 square meter, which is 67%.
Okay, 22.83. 67%. Okay. So that means that you don't need minor variance number 2 any longer because you've satisfied it already. Is that what that means?
That's correct.
I think you seem to have satisfied the percentage, but yes, okay. But you're only...
Now, if you go to number 3, Mr. Chairman, if you go to number 3 now, say those numbers are correct. If you go to number 3, 75% of the required front yard, so we go back to the bylaw, 12.11 meters squared has to be in the form of soft landscaping. And he's already indicated he's going to provide 22.8 square meters. So I'm uncomfortable doing this on the run, but it doesn't sound as though he needs variance number 3 either.
I don't want to interrupt, but I'm going to. Who's doing the calculation? Because I mean, the definition of landscaping and soft landscaping is different. So I'm not, going to do the calculation. But I'm assuming if you reduce the drive, like what is included in landscaping? I'm assuming it's not the driveway, but it could be walkways and other things. I mean, who's doing the calculation for you? Are you doing it yourself, sir, or do you have an architect there?
The architect just did it.
Your architect? Sorry, your architect is doing it?
Yeah, my architect just did it.
Oh, okay, thank you.
There's another issue here that we're going to be faced with, and that is that we won't have a site plan that is reflective of what the minor variances as revised actually indicate. So this is getting kind of muddy. Let's take this into committee for a few minutes, and so stand by, applicant. Panel members, anyone see a way out of this? We know what we want to do, but we're got some issues here. Go ahead, Mr. Byatt.
Just quickly, I think without having some concrete indications of exactly what is being changed, Would it be prudent to look at a deferral for this particular application and then come back with, have the applicant come back with something more concrete?
I like your idea, Mr. Byatt, personally. I think it has to happen because we have to get the site plan revised, the minor variances revised, see which ones still apply. So anyway, any other comments at this stage, Mr. Clay?
Yeah, I'd rather avoid delaying what is otherwise, I think, a reasonable application. I wonder if we could just simply leave the variances as they are, but put a condition that requires that the driveway be constructed no greater than 8 feet wide. And with that, I mean, I get that that leaves the variances a little bit open, but to me, I think that would satisfy our concern and allow this application to proceed.
That's a good idea too. I like that one also. Okay, any other thoughts on this panel? Which way? Well, we can test it by you're making a motion, Mr. Clay. Do you want to make a motion to that effect?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, we did have someone on standby speaking in opposition of this application, and we never got to them. So we would have to hear from them first.
We need to hear from them,
Yeah.
of course. We need to. Okay, panel. We do have to ask you to stand by while we hear from the person who is registered to speak and has been patiently waiting. Let's have them join us now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Clearly, yes, thank you.
Hi, my name is Georgia Fergulis. I am the owner of 17 Wolverton Avenue. So ELMSDALE's backyard, my backyard is behind his, okay? Yes, we looked at that. There's many issues here, but I'm here to respectfully ask for permanent opaque privacy screening on the rear second story balcony. I was in front of you on August the 26th in 2020 because my neighbor to the north of us, 19 Wolverton Avenue, put on a second story balcony. And I said at that time, it does impact our enjoyment of our backyard. It is, it's a privacy issue and it will leave us vulnerable to future bills. And here I am, 2 years later, it has impacted my family. It has impacted my mental health. And I'm gonna probably be here 2 years, in 2 years talking about 15 Wolverton. This is a serious issue for me. It seems that people can build on small lots of, 28 by 25 by 109, make them bigger. Now the maximum, he wants a maximum permitted building height of from 7.2 to 8.7, which affects light. I'm the only one that's coming in front because, as people say, good luck, Georgia. Nothing is, everything is rubber stamped. And as you just said, oh, well, 1 and 2 and 3, maybe I don't want to have deferral. No, this impacts the character of a neighborhood. This impacts neighbors. This is not something that should not be taken seriously. So right now, the only thing that I want is permanent opaque privacy screens, because I know that's the minimum that I can ask and I can get. And as far as I'm concerned with the 19 Wolverton, they put opaque screening on the north side, but on the east side, left it wide open. So now I'm going to have in my backyard, the neighbor to the north, this neighbor, and guess what? In 2 years, I will have the other neighbor looking down on me. That's all I'm asking. I think there's many issues with this plan, but hey, just to save a little bit of my sanity, that is all I'm asking for. It's very frustrating that I understand we want to remain in the city. I understand there's pressure on building homes. I understand we need to put more people in the city, but we have to respect that these minor variances are not minor. We have to look at the circumstances. And I'm just, you can hear the frustration in my voice.
We do hear it.
I'm not an architect. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a citizen that can have access up north to Muskoka sitting on a lawn chair. My backyard is my privacy, is my oasis. And that's all I'm asking. Could you please put opaque privacy screening permanent around the whole thing this time? That's all I'm asking. And in terms of the building height, again, it's getting bigger. It's not what the neighborhood needs, not what the neighbors really should be. It's like, if I could get away with it, why not? That's all I have to say. And I apologize for my emotional state of affairs.
Well, Georgia, we do hear your frustration very, very clearly. And also, I want to thank you for your patience in having waited, because we have had to come back to this application, having moved ahead a couple in order to allow some calculations to be completed.
And can I just interrupt you? When you come to a committee, you have to be ready. There's no excuse I can't get into the WebEx, okay?
Well,
I have
Georgia,
in front of me the public hearing notice, okay? I'm sorry.
Georgia.
We should be fair to everybody.
No, we did listen to you, Georgia. Clearly we did. The reason that those calculations had to be made was because the panel was pressing for changes to the application that we thought would improve it in terms of another element of all of this, which is stormwater management. Okay, so right now I'm going to ask my panel colleagues if any of them have a question for you. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your request for privacy screening is on the third-story balcony, or is it also on the ground floor deck?
Georgia?
Yes, on the second story balcony, but I think there should be, I mean, what am I going to ask? As I said, I'm asking the minimum, because I have, as I said, my neighbor on 19 Wolverton staring down on me from the second rear balcony. So I'm going to have another one staring down at me. I don't know what I can ask. I'm not an architect. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just here as a citizen.
Help us understand what you're looking for, Georgia. Help us understand here.
Privacy.
Okay.
Overlook. I'm being eyed now from the back, from
Georgia.
the north, and pretty soon from the south.
Okay. Here's what the member there, what the panel member is he's trying to put into words what you're describing. That's all he's trying to do. We know that your concern is you don't want to sit in your backyard and be stared at by somebody from high in their house. So help us we have to write this down in language. So
okay, second story rear balcony.
Do you want it on all three sides or the two sides?
I want it on all three sides, because when 19 Wolverton getting ahead, you muted me and I could not say when the panel suggested to put privacy screening and only put on the north side. So now she's staring down at me whether I want to or not. So I want it on all sides just to help everybody in the neighborhood.
Okay,
because
so now that's Georgia. We have to move on with this now. So now we understand what you're asking. The panel will make the call on what we can what we include, but I wanted to understand from you exactly what you would prefer to see done. So thank you for that. Are there any other questions for Georgia from panel members? Hearing none, I'm going to go back now. Well, we're in a funny situation here because we were in committee, but we're going to go back now to the applicant, give the applicant a chance to rebut what you've and to comment on what you've said, and then we'll go back into committee once again to try to figure out the way forward that we are planning. So let's go back to the applicant, if we may.
Mr. Chairman, I heard my neighbor,
yes,
and I wish her calmness, and I'm ready to follow whatever rules and regulations may apply on my property, and I really want to help her in any situation. If she has any other concerns, she can feel free to call me. I've shared my contact, and I'll try my best to help her.
Thank you very much for that. Okay. At this point, we're going to go back into committee, so it'll just be the panel now. The panel is going to think about our options here and going forward with this. Coming back to where we were, and thanks, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, for reminding me there was someone standing by in opposition to speak. Member Clay had suggested that, I think he suggested we defer in order for proper things. Oh no, he suggested the 8-foot maximum, and there was another, Mr. Byatt was suggesting deferral. Okay, panel members, other thoughts? So how do we go forward on this? Mr. Nipfel.
I have a third suggestion. Sorry to confuse it, but I think this is the simplest. I would suggest that we approve the application with the screening that the lady has asked for and not approve variance number 2 and variance number 3.
Just refuse
that will
those
give
ones.
the applicant an opportunity to actually resolve the issue correctly. If there's a problem, it doesn't hold up his permit. He can keep going, and he can come back and replace this particular issue. He can revisit it later. But I think he probably doesn't need 2 and 3. And so my motion would be to not approve 2 and 3. And I think that would, to Larry's point, would allow the application to proceed.
Mr. Clay.
No, that's an interesting solution, Carl. I just wonder about number 3. Given the calculations that the applicant did, would his revised calculations satisfy the requirements for number 3 as well as 2? I get 2.
It sounded to me as though it did, but I certainly don't want to. I could be wrong, but it sounds as though he's got 67% landscaping, and he needs 75% of that as soft landscaping. And what he's referring to as landscaping is everything that isn't the driveway and the walkway. So that is, by definition, is soft landscaping. So as I listened to the discussion, it sounded like he meant 2 and 3.
I think for clarity, I've been hearing good suggestions here, and they get better as they go along. So Mr. Nipfel's solution will eventually give us some clarity and put it in the hands of the applicant to figure out a way forward.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I don't want to belabor this application any further. But we're making some fairly significance on the fly, and I know that the applicant has his architect at his side. And can we just exit committee and just very quickly bounce that idea off the applicant? I don't want to sort of do something that inadvertently undermines the application. I like Carl's idea, but I'd like to ground truth it a little bit.
At this stage, because I've heard 3 separate suggestions, I'm going to say, Mr. Clay, put that forward as a motion, and we'll see if you get a second. Let's see if you can get a second.
I think Mr. Clay wants to just circle back to the architect to make sure if we deny variance 2 and 3, that is not going to cause an issue in terms of him moving forward. Is that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Larry, but
no,
did I hear
Lisa,
you correctly?
As always, you are much more eloquent than I.
Let's circle
I'm not
back
sure
to the
about
architect.
that, but anyway.
We'll circle back to the applicant and the question, and you can put the question. Let's go back to the applicant.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the applicant hung up, so I'm calling him back one more time.
This is going to be the death of us yet.
Well, we won't forget it too quickly, I don't think. All right. We'll take a breather while we try the call back.
I like your idea. I just worry that if we eliminate
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, I got disconnected for some reason. My apology, Mr. Chairman.
Glad to have you back with us. One of the panel members has a question.
I on live on YouTube because I have no other option at the moment, and I want to go back to the soft land. We have 17 point.
Listen to me, please. Listen to me, please.
Yeah.
One of the panel members has a question for you. Listen, please.
Okay.
We're trying to find a way to proceed with this application and still allow you the time to resolve the proposal that was made about the driveway. So one of the ideas would be that we approve the application, but we don't approve variance number 2 and variance number 3. If your architect is there, could you ask him whether you could proceed on that basis?
Yeah, he's following us live. Yeah, I mean, that could be conditional, and I think I will have to accept. I don't have any other option, do I?
Well, there is
I would like
another
to
option. The other option would
I
be
would
that
like to proceed.
we approve it without condition, without variance number 2, but we allow variance number 3 to stand. We're
I would
trying to
like
be
to
as
proceed with-
flexible as we can.
Yeah. I would like to proceed with the chapter number 2 and chapter number 3 taken care.
I beg your pardon. Would you say that again, please? You'd like to proceed with 2 and 3 what?
Revised, accepted the request that the member did.
No, we're not offering that. We're not offering that. I'm sorry. We
So
didn't.
there, chapter 2 says a minimum of 50% or 16.15 square meter, and soft. And I would like to chapter 3. Yeah, I would like to proceed
If I
with
could try, just listen for a second. This is the simplest way. If we don't approve 2 and 3, you would have to provide a minimum of 16.15 square meters of front yard landscaping, of which 12.11 meters squared has to be soft landscaping. That would be the impact of not approving 2 and 3.
Okay. Can we approve 3 and remove 2, and not approve no?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're in a situation where the committee has to make a decision.
The committee has to decide here.
If the applicant does not agree with that decision that is made, then they can appeal it to TLAB.
Okay, please mute the applicant.
I accept and proceed, yeah.
Okay, the applicant has been muted. The committee is going back into committee, and we're going to decide on this. I need someone to make a motion, please, and we'll see if it gets a second. I think there's some different options on the table, but someone needs to make a motion. We'll see if it gets a second. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move approval of the application subject to provision of 1.5 meter opaque screening on the upper floor balcony and declining approval for variance number 2 and variance number 3.
Thank you for that. Is there a second to that motion?
Carl, I just have satisfied can we just ensure that the screening is on all 3 sides?
Sure, okay. That's what she asked for. That's what I intended. Okay.
Yeah, I thought so. I just want to be, maybe we'll make the motion abundantly clear.
Okay, that's fine.
Thanks, Mr. Clay. That's what we intend, yeah. Okay.
And I'm happy to second
Does that motion have a second? It does. Mr. Clay seconds. Moved and seconded to approve the application, refusing variances 2 and 3 with that provision for opaque screening. Those in favor, please, show of hands. That vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. The application is so approved. Thank you, panel. And we move along now to number 26, 173 Gamble Ave. You can slow us down, but you can't stop us. We keep on motivating along here. On 26, 173 Gamble Ave, we do have the materials submitted by the applicant. There's a set of revised plans, June 27. There are 4 photographs of trees on the property. Cover letter from the agent, 28 June. Revised plans, revised zoning notice. We have email correspondence from Metrolinx and also from Community Planning, and 2 form support letters from Gamble Avenue. Let's have the agent join us, please.
Hello, my name is Shahid Danavati and I represent 173 Gamble Avenue.
Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay. Panel members, on this item, any request for a presentation or questions for the applicant? Go ahead, please. Well, I'm going to put a question to you, applicant. As you can see, the panel is very concerned about soft landscaping, and your front soft landscaping, as proposed, is quite deficient. You're asking for 24% where 75% is required. Is there anything you can do to improve that 24%?
Oh, we improved that already. There's another one. I think you're referring to an old zoning notice. Could you go to the new zoning notice, please?
I apologize, please. I'm delighted to hear that.
The community planner helped us out, and we added much landscaping over there, approximately 60 square feet or so. And that brings us very close to our required landscaping. But
All
yet,
right.
we need the variance for it.
I don't think I have the revised. Then, let's go to.
The revised notice was sent, I think there's a superseded notice over there.
Okay. All right, let's put up this is the revision here, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're now at 72%.
Yes, sir.
Oh my gosh, okay.
The community plan really helped us with it.
Well, that's very good. To get up to 72 when 75 is required, that's just about that's a very good improvement. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, for clarity, variance number 5 would then be revised to 72%, 8.95 square meters of the required front yard landscaping would be front yard landscaping.
That's right.
Okay. Panel members, any other questions for the applicant? Hearing none. Let's take this application then into committee for discussion, and we can move to a motion. Anyone ready with a motion, or any comments first? We'll ask staff to reduce the panel now just to committee, please. Mr. Back, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start this one off. Other than the variance number 5, which drew certainly my attention and that of others, and has now been somewhat cleared by the city as well, I don't see any other contentious issues in this particular application, so I'd be quite happy to move approval of it.
Thank you very much. Does that have a second?
Could you tie it to plans as the
Absolutely.
planning department requests that we tie the approval to plans?
Absolutely, Carl. That's perfect. Thank you.
And it's as amended, right?
Yeah.
Very
Yes.
good point. Very good point. Does that motion have a second? It is seconded, Mr. Nipfel. Moved and seconded to approve the amended application. Those in favor, please, show of hands. And that vote's unanimous to carry the motion and approve the application. Number 27 is .356 Cedarvale Ave. Before the panel are the submitted materials, plus revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations from 5 April. There's correspondence from City Planning and there's one form letter in support from 333 Cedarvale. And we'll ask the applicant to join us now, please.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Shadia Arani from 685 Shepherd Avenue East.
Good afternoon
On
to
behalf of, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Moderator, do we have Jeremy Gooden standing by? We do not. So there's no one standing by in opposition. No presentation is required. Panel members, any questions for the applicant? Would anyone like a presentation? Okay. Shadi, is there any one thing about your application you want us to know?
I believe most of the variances were, I mean, we only have 4, but they were triggered because the owners of the house wanted to have a parking spot, and we know that city would not support a front parking pad. So in order to accommodate a single car garage, we had to raise the building, which triggered the height variance. And we reached out to all the neighbors. We door knocked everywhere just to make sure that if anyone had questions, we answered them. We did not receive any opposition.
Okay, thank you. That's good, and then that's a very good exercise to have undertaken. Ms. Valentini.
Hi, just something to clarification. I'm just looking at the documents, and I did note that you provided a revised, I believe it's a site plan. What changes have been made to that? What is it, just to show the permeable pavers requested by planning, or what's been changed?
That is correct. We received a request from community planning and asked if the owner is willing to install permeable pavers for the driveway, and the owner confirmed, and I relayed the message. So we confirmed that we will be installing permeable pavers.
Okay, so is that what the revised site plan shows?
To be very honest, we did not submit a revised site plan. So all the drawings were the original ones we submitted. So I don't know why it's, even I look at the application, there's only one set of drawing online.
Am I missing something here, or why do we have a revised plan? We've got it up on the screen. That hasn't changed?
No, we have not made any changes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just checked our system. I can confirm that it's just the plans that we received on April 5th, 2022.
Okay, so yeah, so it's just the plans received 5 April, and I'll go back to my my reading of the materials before us. Those were cited as revised plans. In fact, they're the only plans that we have received, it turns out. Okay. I think at this point we can take this application into committee for a motion, and unless there are questions or discussion beforehand, or discussion or comments beforehand. Is anyone ready with the motion? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm quite happy to move forward with the motion. With regard to the permeable pavers, there is a condition from pardon me, planning with regard to both permeable pavers in the front yard driveway, and also community planning staff recommend a condition be imposed to filter and mitigate stormwater runoff. And I think with those 2 items, I'd be quite happy to move forward with the motion to approve.
Thank you. Does Mr. Byatt's motion get a second? It is seconded. Ms. Valentini.
No, sorry. The question is are both of those conditions? A condition be imposed to filter and mitigate stormwater runoff, or is it permeable pavers cover that? Is it 2 separate conditions?
Good question.
Normally, can I chime in on this one?
Go ahead.
If you read the other ones, the first one is usually the condition, and the second one is a general statement of what they're trying to do with the condition. So if you look at the one above, for Arundel, it gives you a condition, but then underneath it, it gives you what they're trying to do with the condition. So I think it's only one.
Okay, that makes sense, Carl. It's confusing because we're not getting the memos, but okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Byatt has a motion, but it needs a second. Does it have a second? Do we have a second? It is seconded by Mr. Nipfel. So Mr. Byte's motion is seconded. It is moved and seconded to approve subject to planning. All those in favor, please, show of hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion and to approve the application. At this point, we're going to recess, and we'll take a full 10-minute recess. And so, panel, I hope you get a chance to relax a bit and get a chocolate bar or something like that, and we'll see you back in 10 minutes. Thank you. We resume, and we resume now with agenda item number 28, 670 Greenwood Avenue. And on 670 Greenwood, before the panel are the materials submitted with the application, several previous Committee of Adjustment decisions from 2017 that affect other properties, and decision numbers, various numbers that reflect TLAB decisions on other properties on Greenwood Avenue. And there are also presentation materials from the agent, Alex Bartlett, received 24 June. So we shall now at this stage ask the agent to join us, please, by stating your name.
Alex, you've been unmuted.
Hello?
Alex Bartlett, you've been unmuted. I'm going to try to give him a call.
Please do.
I'm so sorry. I was trying to handle my son and so increase my phone and my phone is delayed me until
Hello, Alex. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you speak a little bit closer to your microphone? You're very, very faint.
No, I'm not sure. Sorry about that. Is this any better?
Yes, that's much better. Thank you.
Okay, so I have too many devices going on. I was just fearful of missing the meeting, so I think I had awful echo and issues with Bluetooth. So I've just slept my computer, so I'm just going to do this over the phone, providing you can still hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, great. Well,
excuse me. At this stage, I'll ask you, okay, you're with the committee now. Could you please state your name?
Sure thing. It's Alex Bartlett. I'm with BSQ Landscape Architects, and I represent the owners of 670 Greenwood Avenue.
Okay. Just so you know, you're a little fuzzy, so I'm going to make the suggestion that you speak a little more slowly because it will help us. Okay, let's go to the panel.
Do.
Let's go to the panel. Panel members, any requests for presentation or any questions for the applicant? I'm not hearing any, so let's take the application into committee. And is anyone ready with the motion? Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I think, Chair, this one's very straightforward. I want to thank the applicant for the additional presentation material. The renderings were very helpful to understand what it looks like. I did note that there is an adjacent house neighbor that also has constructed a covered rear deck. This looks like it would be very similar. I also note that this property backs onto a rather large parking lot, so there wouldn't be any negative impact on anyone in behind. I think it's a very straightforward application. I would like to move approval with no conditions.
Thank you very much. There is a second, Mr. Byatt.
Would you consider a friendly amendment to tie it to plans LD3 and LO? And the reason for that is that they show privacy screening on one, and it shows that the covering is open. It isn't completely closed.
Like the rooftop.
Yeah, it shows it's not completely closed. It's slats, and the other one shows that there's a screening, there's privacy screening.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. It is a first floor deck, although it is raised, but yeah, sure. If they want to put privacy screening on it, great.
Okay. Mr. Byatt, your seconding still stands, okay? So we have an amended motion now, moved and seconded. Those in favor, please, show of hands. Unanimous vote carries the motion, and it's approved. Number 29 is 341 Bloor Street West.
Chairman, I have a conflict on this one.
Thank you very much. On this application, before the panel are simply the submitted materials plus a cover letter from the agent from 24 June. Let's have the agent join us, please.
Hello, my name is Robert Huat. I'm with Susan Spiegel Architects, and I'm agent for the client, Toronto Community Housing.
Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Panel members, questions for this speaker?
Chair, these are all improvements, I presume, to improve accessibility, it looks like. Is that correct?
That is correct. There's no barrier-free spots in the parking garage, and we want to take away 5 to add 4 barrier-free spots and a bike rack. Some of the variances are due to surface parking that was previously removed. So not part of our proposal, but an existing condition.
Great.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Hearing none, we can go into committee on this application. And I'll look to someone for a motion, please. Ms. Valentini, go ahead.
Thank you. This is a very straightforward application, and it is for a very good purpose. Obviously, we need to address accessibility issues, and introducing accessible parking spaces and accessibility improvements makes sense. So I am in favor of the application. In my view, it meets the 4 tests, and I'd like to bring forward a motion for approval without any conditions.
Thank you. That is seconded by Mr. Byatt. It is moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor? And that's a unanimous vote.
Great. Thank you very much, committee.
And let the record show that Mr. Nipfo did recuse on that one. And we go on to number 30. Number 30 is 44 NURSEWOOD Road. Committee is looking at plans, revised site plan, previous Committee of Adjustment decision from 2021, which affects this property. The staff reports from Urban Forestry, 2 of them, and there's opposition from 42 NURSEWOOD and 46 NURSEWOOD Road. So we'll ask the agent to join us, please.
Hi, hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Hear you fine. Please state your name.
My name is Nushin Mozaffari from Hyphen Studio, representing my client, the owner of the building.
I'm sorry. Your name is. Would you mind repeating your name?
Nushin, Noushin. Last name is Mozaffari, Mozaffari, from Hyphen Studio.
Okay. Are you standing in for Mehdi Ajvand?
Yeah. Yes.
You're standing in for Mehdi Ajvand. He or she was the registered speaker. Okay. Very good. You have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Proceed.
This application has been before committee on March, and it was refused. It was the variances that you see before you is the same as the previous application. And before I go through them, I should make some changes to the application that is not reflected on the public notice. So,
Mr. Chairman, could I ask a question? If this application was refused previously and the variances were the same, and the application is the same, why is it before us?
we have removed many of the variances. That's the changes that I want to.
Oh, okay, and that's since you were refused. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
So the application, as we're hearing it today, has been. It has fewer variances and different variances.
Not different, just fewer.
Go ahead with your presentation, please.
Variance number.
I don't want to belabor this, but I'm just looking at the previous decision. There were 9 variances. Now there are 11. So I don't think there's fewer variances.
Okay.
If I announce the changes, you can see that there are fewer. You know, the public notice was issued much sooner than normal on May 24th, I believe.
Okay, applicant. Applicant. Applicant, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm just going to advise you very strongly to focus your presentation on the ways that you have improved the application since it was refused.
Okay. Variance number 3 is removed. Number 4 is removed.
Is that number 3 and number 4 that we currently have or previously?
You currently have.
So you're referring to the most late recent.
Panel members, let's give this applicant a chance to make her presentation. She has 5 minutes here and we should hold our questions till she's finished.
We just needed to know which variances she was referring to, the current ones or the old ones, because it was confusing.
I'm referring to the new public notice that has 11 variances. Okay, variance number 3 and 4 are removed. Number 5 is reduced to 0.94, the FSI, which is 354.92 square meter. Number 6 and 7 are removed. Nine and 10 are removed as well.
Nine and 10 to be removed, please. as well as 6 and 7, which somehow, okay.
Chair, do we have revised site plans and elevations that reflect these changes?
Yes, the revised drawings has been submitted to the committee, and also a zoning waiver has been submitted to the committee.
So I just want to be clear. So the plans that we have before us reflect the changes in the variances you're telling us today?
Yes, exactly. And also we have submitted a zoning waiver that is the same as the changes that I just mentioned.
Okay. Let me ask you, applicant, so did you originally submit a set of plans and then you submitted a revised set of plans after that?
The application and the public notice was issued based on the previous set of plans and the previous zoning notice, and it was much earlier than normal. It was 1.5 months before the hearing today. So we were in the middle of our back and forth with the planning to improve the case, and we had the updated drawings and the zoning waiver just after that. That's why the changes are not reflected on the public notice, but the changes are basically very clear. If you want to compare with the previous application, there was like a sunroom at the rear of the building that was containing a second staircase to the basement and providing natural light for the basement.
Okay.
That
okay.
whole sunroom is removed, and therefore the length and depth.
Excuse me.
variance are
Excuse
removed.
me. Excuse me. Please just hang on for a minute. The panel is trying to establish some clarity as to whether or not as to which set of plans we're looking at on the screen, and which set of variances.
Even more to the point, so has the revised plans and the revised variances been made available to neighbors?
That's a question for staff, I think, yeah.
Well,
through you, Mr. Chair, the plans that are before you received on June the 13th, 2022 are attached to the Application Information Center. And so the applicant has gone through the revisions, and that is what would be before us now.
That's what panel you got? You got that? What we're looking at is the revised set of plans from June the 13th. And so we can have confidence in them.
Have the people that received the notice, though, have they seen these plans? Have they been circulated to them?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the plans are on the Application Information Center.
They are.
So the residents would be able to access all supporting documents for this file.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to suggest then at this stage that we go to the speakers in opposition and hear from them. So let's do that now. Can we have the first speaker, please?
Rob, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Rob Sharples, 30 Nursewood Road. I don't think I have my address correct. My first point, Mr. Chairman, is although it was just stated that I have access to these revised drawings, The drawings that I'm looking at were the ones that were mailed out to me. So without any acknowledgement or information that it had changed, I don't think it is reasonable to have this considered at this point. It just changed because the neighbors have not seen it. That's my first concern. I appreciate what the staff said that was available, but no one informed me of that.
Okay.
The second
we hear you.
concern I have, pardon?
We hear you. Go ahead.
Yep. My second concern is, although there have been amendments, as I took note, it was 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, and 10 have been removed. The permitted coverage is still, like, it is substantially above anything on the street. These aren't, and it's not a subtle difference. I don't see that the revised submission has addressed the concerns that were voiced by my neighbors the first time around that had this at that point rejected. So I'm not sure what else to say. Like it, you know, the front yard setback, the size, the appearance, and again, that's a judgment thing, but it's an old beach street. This is the first tear down that sorry, that's not true. I stand corrected. It's not the first one. But I'm just very concerned about this. I wouldn't be on this call. I've been on it for the better part of 2 hours listening to get to this point.
Okay. Okay. And I hear you're concerned about the coverage in the front yard setback, but I'm also concerned about the fact that what you received was not the revised set of plans. So I'm going to move on to the next speaker now. I'd like to hear if that's, could we bring on the next registered speaker, please? Do you have a question for that speaker?
Mandy, you've been unmuted.
I believe I have been unmuted.
Hi there.
My name is,
yes.
okay.
Is this
My
man?
name is okay. Can you hear me well?
We hear you well.
Thank you. My name is Mandy Wagner, and I am the owner of 46 NURSEWOOD Road. Thank you so much for the opportunity to address our concerns.
Mandy, Mandy,
yes.
Just before you begin, have you seen the revised drawings? That there is a set of revised drawings that are on the online on the AIC, but have you seen those? Did you know?
Yes, I was just about to address this.
Go
I
ahead.
saw these the other day when I reviewed the documentation posted, and how to reconcile the list of
Sorry, Mandy, excuse me.
Sorry?
Could you repeat what you had said? We lost you for a moment.
Okay. Okay, I don't know where you lost me, but I was saying that the other day, in preparation for this meeting, I reviewed the documents posted, and I was unclear as to which is the list of proposed variations, because I identified in reviewing that there is a discrepancy between the list of 11 variances received by the committee and a document called Zone Review Waiver, which lists only 5 variations, and there is a number 6 also without and a blank. I was under the impression that this document maybe is incomplete. Basically, I'm seeking. I was seeking clarity as to which document takes precedence. In the absence of any information, I decided that I have to go by the timestamp and proceed in sequence. For this reason, I'm addressing our objections based on the June 26th list of variations, which I received from the committee. The waiver, the zoning review waiver, is dated June 13th. So
okay, Mandy, I do hear you very clearly, and I'm concerned about what you're saying. I'm going to ask you, if you don't mind, to permit me to go to the next speaker, because I want to check with the next registered speaker to see if they're having similar kind of issues to the ones that you're describing.
I'm at 42 Nursewood, which is south of the building.
Hello?
Judy, you've been unmuted.
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me?
Hear you now. Yes, Judy, please state your name.
Yes, Judy Newcomb, 42 Nursewood. I'm directly south of the building in question.
Okay.
I
Judy,
did not receive, sorry, go ahead.
just before, this is what I want to ask you. I want to try to get a clear sense from you if as to what set of documents you think we're dealing with. And so go ahead.
Right, so I was reviewing the document that's currently in your presentation. That's what I had understood to be, which, as you noted, hadn't changed. But as of last night, I received an email from Sabrina after I was asking her, for the final documentation. She sent me the link, and that's when I saw the revision to the drawings and the revision to the noted variances.
And you didn't know there was a set of revised
Not until last night.
No. Okay, until last night. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna cut things off at that stage because of the level of concern this raises for me, because what I hear now from all three of you who are registered to speak in opposition is that you weren't aware that there was a revised set of drawings that you were supposed to be looking at. And
well, we did, if I may say that Mandy and I did review them yesterday. So, I think our concerns have not really changed.
Well,
I would feel that we can still voice our concerns.
Well, I want to go back to my panel member colleagues first of all.
May I express a concern at this point? I have no idea what list of variances we are dealing with.
Right. That's the issue right there. You've just defined the issue. What set of variances are we doing? So, please forgive me. I'm going to ask you both, if you will, continue to stand by. I'm going back to my panel colleagues, and I'm going to go into committee with them so we can have a frank discussion and think about how to proceed here. So I'm going to do that now. I'll ask the agent to stand by and the registered speakers to stand by. Panel members, I'm concerned about this. I open up to your comments, please. Mr. Nipfel first, Mr. Clay second.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not comfortable with proceeding with this application. Excuse me. The fact that the revised drawings are on the city website is fine, but as the first speaker indicated, I think it's asking a bit much of the public to know when they're being changed and to check that website on a regular basis. So that applicant has the wrong drawings. I'm not satisfied from what I've heard that the drawings we have before us are the correct drawings, and the applicant did make her submission. I didn't hear anything in the submission other than I removed these variances when she told me exactly what she'd done at the proposal. Fine, she took variances away, but what has changed on the proposal? I was on the original panel that turned this down, and I can remember the concerns, and I had many of them. I think it's extremely confusing to proceed.
What do you think we should do now?
In the current state, I think you should defer it.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Clay?
Larry, you're muted, just FYI.
Thank you. Thank you. I was saying that I agree with Carl. I would add that, in an instance where an application was refused, one would think that the applicant would do a number of different things to make sure that the revised application is clear, that reflects some of the concerns that they heard in the first hearing, and would have gone and had some discussions with those neighbors who have voiced their concerns. So, the applicant really needs to absorb what is going on here, and if they want to succeed with their application, I think that they need to circle back and rethink what they're doing, ensure that everybody is very clear about what is being applied for, and have some discussions with those neighbors who have voiced concerns, because clearly this is an application that has generated a great deal of concern amongst neighbors.
Right.
But I would agree with Carl that deferral makes sense.
I think it does too myself. Ms. Valentini, what's your view?
Just to, oh, I agree 100% with that. And just to add, I think it adds to the confusion to, I don't know if it was in haste to reapply and just reapply with what I think are essentially the same variances. You've added 2 other ones. So you made it a worse application. I don't know if it was just like, I want to get another application in the hopper and to do it that way, but I don't think that's what the process is about. You know, I think that's caused a lot of confusion, not only for the panel, but for neighbors. And I think it's worked to your detriment to do that. I'm not sure why you would do that. And I think that's an improper way to proceed on it. So okay. I'm in favor of the deferral, but I think next time this type of thing should not be happening where you're reapplying and then using your time while your application's in the hopper to actually come up with your proper application. If that's in fact what happened, I don't see any value in that.
And I agree with you completely. I'd like, I don't know if Mr. Byatt wants to speak. I'd say we should move to a deferral motion. Anybody ready to make one? Mr. Clay, go ahead, please.
Sure. I'll move deferral, and for the purpose of everything that we've said is to ensure that the application is final, make sure that appropriate notification circulation happens, and that the applicant would be wise to have discussions with nearby neighbors.
Excellent. Second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Byatt. It is moved and seconded to defer. Those in favor, please, show of hands. The vote is unanimous. Motion's carried. The application is deferred.
Mr. Chairman, might I suggest that when this application returns that there be a covering letter giving some analysis and history of what's happened?
Okay, I think staff have heard that, yeah. Or did you? Maybe you didn't hear staff.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we always encourage the applicants to submit a cover letter with their application.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Let's go on then to our next item, and it is number 31. 92 Mortimer Ave. We're looking at applicant submitted materials, 2 photographs of the property, and a staff report from Urban Forestry. And we'll ask the agent to join us, please.
Yes, good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Sam Shukur. I'm the architect standing in for Mr. James Casey, the owner of the property.
Good afternoon to you. Panel members, any questions for the agent? Is anyone ready to make a motion on this application? Agent, is there any one thing you'd like us to know about your application?
Yes, please. I would kindly ask the staff to pull up the architect's letter, or as it states here, the cover letter, as it makes it easier for me to explain, especially about the second zoning notice, if that's all possible.
Just a moment, please. We're just looking through for that file.
Sure. Yeah. We could go to page number 3, I believe.
Is this in our material? I'm just wondering.
I don't think so.
This was actually sent on June the 22nd to a gentleman by the name of Sean Reutinka, but unfortunately it wasn't posted on the package, and Wilser just posted it late. So I apologize for that. I sent it as it used to be, but it was the wrong person.
Through you,
So
Mr. Chair, we
the-
just received this yesterday evening, so it's extremely late materials.
Okay, so we just got this yesterday, applicant. When did you say you submitted it?
June 22nd to Sean Reutenka.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it was submitted to an individual that doesn't work in Committee of Adjustment.
You submitted it to the wrong section of city government, I believe. Okay.
Yeah, he's asked me about any justification, and I thought this was about the letter of explanation, but I was probably I was confused myself, so I apologize for that.
Okay. All right. I'm not. This is all within recent stuff. Let's go. Just hold it there. And is the panel ready to? Anyone in the panel ready for a motion, or do you want to hear what? Shall we hear a presentation? Ms. Valentini, go ahead.
I'm not bringing a motion just yet, but I thought I heard the applicant say revised notice. I'm assuming that's not the case, right? Do we have a revised notice, or the variances as before us?
No, it's exactly the same as.
Okay, I thought I heard you say revised notice in addition to that, and I was starting to get concerned. Okay.
So my question to you originally, applicant, was there any one thing about your application that we ought to know that's really, really important? Is there any one thing that you can draw our attention to that stands out?
Just one thing, if I may, it's the balcony on the second floor overlooking the backyard, which is shown on page 3. This balcony is supposed to be smaller, and there would be a 1.8 meter between the demising wall. Now, my defense to that is the layout of the bedroom, which is really tight, wouldn't allow a door to be placed on the right-hand side, and it would rather be on the left-hand side. Once we do that, we breach the zoning bylaw. And so what I'm asking is, if the whole roof of the extension on the lower floor be allowed to be that balcony, and we're providing, as the sketch on the right shows, we're providing full screen walls or screen barriers. And by the way, the neighbor exterior wall is set back, so there is no really common wall between the my client and the neighbor. So that's the reasoning behind asking for that full area to be considered as a walkout from the bedroom.
Okay, let's see if the panel has any questions about that. Panel, any questions about that? Mr. Niffel, go ahead.
First of all, the first question would be, if the balcony is increased in size, what does it do to your variances? Because presumably it would increase the size of the room beneath as well. And so we need to examine whether the variances are still accurate or whether they change. And my second question has to do with the barriers that you have on the second floor balcony. On your drawing number, it's labeled as the proposed right elevation, drawing number RO. I don't know if we could get that up. We normally require a 1.5 meter screen between balconies and raised decks and areas that we're trying to protect from overlook. And in your case, that doesn't, although you provide a screen, you don't provide a screen of that size. It's cut back, and a portion of the balcony extends beyond the screen. I think that fails to actually function then as we intend the screen to function. And I would suggest that the 1.5 meter opaque screen extend for the full depth of the balcony. And it's if we could get drawing number RO on the screen, you can see what I mean. It's an elevation.
That would be the
Oh,
site plan.
proposed right elevation. There you go. Yeah.
Right,
then
it's been chamfered. You're right.
Yeah, and in addition, you see the balcony. Can you go back? Yeah, the balcony actually extends beyond the wall.
You're
Wall is
absolutely right.
chamfered.
Yes.
So the screen doesn't actually function. Your first question I'm not clear on. Are you talking about extending the balcony beyond what is shown in this drawing?
No, actually, this was just a canopy, as the canopy extending to give some protection to the window below, but the balcony itself should stop at where the wall is, exactly on the footprint of the ground floor extension. So that is a misrepresentation of the case.
So wait a second, let's stop right there. So this drawing does not represent what you're trying to, what you're proposing?
Yes, the glazing has been expanded, but it shouldn't.
It shouldn't
It should
be.
set back
Okay.
By 1 foot.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's go back to the other question Mr. Valentini had was, are the variances as we have them before us, do they stand, or do you want to make any revisions?
Well, there has been more zoning notices or revisions, and I fixed those, and those are the three remaining. Two remaining with two divisions for each.
Okay, so we have, so the variances stand as they are, but this drawing is not representative of the proposal.
Yes, absolutely, yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to stand right there, and while I go back to my colleagues in panel to discuss how we deal with this. So just stand by, applicant.
I think did he not just say just the screen isn't what's representative? Like that screening, I think, is the only thing that's not accurate as far as I understand of what he's been saying.
That's correct.
It's the handrail.
No, that's not. It's not the built form.
No, just the glazed handrail. It shouldn't be there. But earlier you mentioned that you were interested in having the balcony enlarged, and my question there was, does that change variance number 2?
No, actually, I'm sorry, Mr. Niffel. The balcony is the result of the expansion of the ground floor. So whatever on the ground floor would be reflected. That little canopy was extended just as a protection.
Okay.
So the challenge is that because we are adjacent, there is zero setback from the balcony to the demising wall with my neighbor to the left, then this came about that, you know, you should be set back by 1.8 meters. And this is not doable due to the fact that the interior of the room doesn't allow any access to that far balcony, which is about 4 square meters, as it shows in my report. So I'm just requesting that the whole thing would be considered as a walkout.
Okay. Let's, are there any other questions for the applicant panel? Hearing none, let's take the application then. Let's take the application into committee for a motion. Any thoughts on this one? Anybody want to make a comment? Anyone with a motion? Are we, Mr. Bike, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll give it a try. Before us, we basically have these 3 variances requested. And from what I am able to read into the application and these 3 variances, I think they're all within the realm of being approved. So I would be quite okay with putting forward a motion to approve the application with these three variances before us.
Okay, there's a motion. Does it have a second?
Mr. Byatt, would you consider a condition that the 1.5 meter opaque screen be provided along the east and west edges of the second floor balcony? We don't have that in the current proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Neffel. Always good to have that. Thank you.
Chair, I
Did
just
you get
wonder,
that? I'm just want to see if were you able to capture that? Okay. Sorry, Larry, go ahead.
Typically when we have a front porch enclosure, city staff provide us with a condition, something along the lines that that the front porch enclosure be constructed in accordance to the site plan. So I noticed that they didn't do that on this instance. I wondered.
Just put it in, yeah.
Sabrina, do you think that is a normal thing that we should be putting in, given that we typically do that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, sure, if you want to tie it to plans, that you can do that. I also want to turn your attention to urban forestry as well.
That's right, number one.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
The other portion, Larry, of that condition normally is that they limit variance number one and say that it only applies to the enclosed front porch.
Yeah, so it's the front yard setback, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I think staff have captured what we intend there. Yes. Okay. I'm sorry. Do we have a second now, or we don't have a second yet? So here's the motion has now been amended. Is there a second to the amended motion? It is seconded by Mr. Nipfel. So moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show your hands. And that vote is unanimous. The motion is carried and the application is so approved. We move on to 100 Chiltern Hill Road, item number 32.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members.
Good afternoon. Just stand by for a moment while I read into the record the actual materials that we have before us.
Absolutely.
We have the materials submitted by the applicant. There's a staff report from Urban Forestry, 27 June, and there is support in the form of 4 form letters from owners of 36 Avenal, 91 Chiltern Hill, 3 Hill Place, and 93 Ava Road. Okay. And so good afternoon, Agent. You're already with us. May I ask you to state your name, please?
My name is Lamore Benmore Mizrahi of LB Mizrahi Architect, Inc. at 321 Hidden Trail, North York, Ontario. I'm the architect and agent for the proposed dwelling at 100 Chiltern Hill Road.
Very good, thank you. Panel members, does anyone have questions for the agent? Would anyone like a presentation? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
I have one simple question. My reading through the reports, it seems to me that the neighbors at 98 and 102 are missing from the letters of support. Somewhere in your discussion, could you tell me if you've had consultation with them and if, in your opinion, they have any concerns?
We did have a community meeting with both of the neighbors separately. They are in support. They just didn't write a letter. One was away and the other just didn't have any opposition. Other than that, we don't have any formal letter of support from them, but they did have no issue.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. Valentini.
Thank you. I just, I'm probably stating the obvious, but I was just looking at your plans again in terms of the length and depth variance you're requesting, or maybe just the length. the way I look at the plans is most of the first floor is within the 17-meter bylaw requirement. There's a bump out at the back, and a lot of it's probably in relation to the covered to the terrace. Is that correct? Am I reading it correctly?
No, it's actually,
Okay.
you are reading it correctly as far as the first part's concerned.
Okay.
Both the building length and the depth
depth.
variances, they
Okay.
occur at the lower level, which is really in line with the terrace at the rear. So the whole lower level is bumped out, and that is what is triggering those variances. The actual building depth and length are either within the bylaw or above ground or just over, you know, on the main floor. Other than that, they're pretty much in line. It's really it's the lower floor that's triggering it. The cover terrace isn't triggering anything.
Okay, so but just there's a little bump out in the breakfast room on the main floor that's beyond the length and depth.
Yes,
and,
correct.
Probably just a small portion of the primary ensuite.
It's actually just the depth, just the length that it's.
Oh, I see.
Okay,
but
so,
the bulk of the above grade building is within the.
Correct.
Thank you.
It's in the presentation material. I'm not sure if anybody had a chance to review it, but.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you say lower level, you're talking about the basement, right?
Yes, the basement level. Okay, that's
Okay.
correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right then. If there are any further questions for the applicant, now is the time. Otherwise, let's take the application into committee for a motion, please, for a decision.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just for clarity, I do want to turn your attention to variances 1 and 2. It does read measured to the lower level rear wall in the variance itself, and it's up on the screen now.
Thank you.
Just to ensure. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, panel, we're in committee. Any comments anyone wants to make? Anyone ready with the motion? Mr. Clay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, sure. I'll start. I think this one, I was looking at this plan, it's a very attractive new build. A large lot in an area in a neighborhood which is characterized by large lots and large homes. I don't think this is out of character at all. I think it fits in quite nicely. I think it's an attractive design, and the fact that they have supported the neighbors in this area particularly is a good thing. So I think this is fairly straightforward. I'm fully prepared to bring forward a motion to approve, subject to forestry condition number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. Ms. Valentini, I see that you're seconding. Seconded by Ms. Valentini. It is moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor, please show hands. And that vote is unanimous. The motion's carried. The application is approved. We move to number 33, item 332 Beach Ave.
Good afternoon.
Anna, good afternoon to you. Just a moment, please, and we'll ask you to join us. I'm just going to advise what the materials are that the panel is looking at as we approach this application. We have a copy of plan of survey, a revised site plan, floor plans and elevations. We have a geotech report by Haddad Geotechnical. We have presentation materials from the agent, 30th of June. There's email correspondence from TRCA. And there are 7 form letters in support from owners on Balsam and Beach Avenue. Okay. So good afternoon. Please state your name. You're with the committee.
My name is Lina Rodriguez, and my address is 504 Perth Avenue, Toronto.
Very good. Good afternoon. Okay,
Good
panel
afternoon.
members. Panel members, go ahead, Mr. Nipfel.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, my question, I think, is to the Deputy Secretary Treasurer. The TRCA has questioned the wording of variance number 5. They they don't think the last sentence is correct, that not on that lot isn't part of it. Can you comment on that? It's in the TRCA comments.
Through you, Mr. Chair, a zoning review was submitted, and this is the wording that has been confirmed by the zoning examiner.
Okay, so they weren't objecting to it. They were questioning whether it was correct, so we can proceed with it.
I would,
Thank
yes.
you.
Very good. Any other questions for the applicant? Panel members. Hearing none, let's take the application then into committee. For comments or an motion. Mr. Byke, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take a stab at this one as well. It looks fairly straightforward. I don't think there are any contentious items in the variances requested. And as such, I'm quite happy to bring forward a motion to approve. And there are no conditions. TRCA has no objections either.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Does it have a second? It is seconded. Mr. Nipfel. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, show hands, please. And that's a unanimous vote. It carries the motion. The application is approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 34, 94 Arundel. And on this application, the materials before us are not very many. We have those submitted by the applicant, but there are 10 form letters in support from addresses on Arundel Avenue and Chester Avenue. So we'll ask the agent to join us. Please just state your name.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Buckland, and I'm the agent representing the owners of 94 Arundel Avenue. My address is 16 Neepawa Avenue, Toronto.
Thank you very much for that. Panel members, any questions here for the applicant? In that case, let's take the application into committee for discussion and motion. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a very sensitive application. It respects the surrounding buildings and neighborhood. I don't think it creates any difficulties. It clearly meets the 4 tests, and on top of that, it has the support of the neighbors on either side. I'd like to move a motion of approval without condition.
Thank you very much. And that is seconded, Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show your hands. And thank you. That's a unanimous vote. It is in favor. The motion is carried and the application approved.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Number 35 is 450 LAUDER Avenue. The only materials that the committee is dealing with on this one are those submitted by the applicant. They are a plan of survey, a revised site plan, plus floor plans and elevations. Applicant, please join us.
Hi, I'm here. I'm actually Pavel. I'm Stanislav's son, and I'm representing my dad and the applicant. I drew these drawings for him, and I helped him with this application.
Very good. Okay, good afternoon to you. Okay. Anyone with questions for the owner's representative here? Carl, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, compliments on the elevations that you've provided and the generated perspectives. They're very helpful in understanding the application. The only concern I have is with the privacy issues from the upper deck, and I would propose that we put in a 1.5 meter opaque privacy screen on either edge of that. Do you have a problem with that condition?
Do you mean for the side railings where the wood is
Yes.
right? Yeah, we can totally block it. That's not a problem at all.
Okay, thank you very much.
Does anyone else have a question? If not, we'll take the application into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Nick, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, this is a very nice way of increasing the livable outdoor space of a property in a way that I think is sympathetic with the neighborhood. I don't have any difficulty with the application. I don't think it raises any concerns. My only concern might be with privacy overlook. And as I just discussed with the applicant, I propose that we have a 1.5 meter opaque privacy screen on the, let me see, it's on the north and the south edges of the upper deck.
Thank you very much. Okay. Anyone? That is seconded, Mr. Clay. Moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor, please, show of hands. Motion carried. And that application is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 36, 185 Beach Avenue. Before the panel. Applicant materials. Cover letter from the agent, March 30. Presentation materials from the agent, 4th of July. Opposition. Correspondence, one piece of correspondence from 189 Beach Avenue. Leslie Zwolinski and Andy Zwolinski. And we'll ask the agent please to join us by stating your name.
So, Mr. Chair, committee members, my name is Craig Fordyce. I'm the representative, the agent of the applicant, 197 Spadina Avenue, Toronto, Ontario.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Panel members, on this application, would you like to put any questions to the applicant? Okay, I'm not hearing any questions. So, applicant, is there any one thing that we ought to know about your application? Something that you think is important that we ought to know? I'm not asking for a full presentation.
Yeah, I think that the application contains an addition that is sensitive and sort of minor in nature. It's something that's similar to other additions sort of in this area. I don't think it's outside of the norm, and I'll just leave it there.
Thank you very much.
Chair, I wonder, since it came in late, did the applicant see the correspondence from 189?
I did not, no.
Let's see if we can put it up.
Yeah, they've raised some concerns about adverse impact on their property.
Here's that letter going up now, I think.
Sorry, can you see that, sir?
So I'm just reading it. And the location of this is 189, so this is to the north. Do they have a similar situation on that one? But the other side does. Yeah. So I think that in terms of the with regard to the build form and the addition, this is sort of this kind of third story sort of addition on the back of these types of homes in this area is somewhat common. There is, sort of the potential for overlook that's already there. So I think that's something that's somewhat of a minor impact, notwithstanding the fact that, yes, it would be an impact. However, in terms of the other comments relative to airflow and sort of sunlight, we haven't done an extensive shadow study, but I doubt that the impact would be so significant relative to the somewhat smaller nature of the addition. This is something that's sort of, happening within the existing footprint, and it is really just some additional height on the back, but no height like relative to variance in terms of the bylaw.
So it looks like the third-story deck is shrouded in pickets. Is that your intent?
That is the intent at the moment, yes.
If given that it is up fairly high, would you be okay with putting privacy screening on either side?
I think that would be an acceptable compromise, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, panel. If no further questions, we can take this application into committee for a motion. Just a moment, please, here while we reduce to just the panel itself. There we are. Yes, Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, please.
Chairman, as the applicant indicated, this is a pretty standard way of expanding this type of house in this area. And notwithstanding there is some intrusion with neighbors, I don't think it's untoward in any respect. The larger issue to me is the one that Mr. Clay raised of the deck, the third floor deck. But I think if we placed 1.5 meter opaque screening on the two sides, and I think it's the north and the south sides of that deck, that would overcome overlook difficulties. With that change, I don't have any difficulty supporting the application, nor I'm seeing that it meets the 4 tests. So I'd like to move approval of the application subject to the screening.
Thank you. That is seconded by Ms. Valentini. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. And the vote is carried by a unanimous vote. The motion is carried by a unanimous vote. The application is so approved. Number 37 is 214 College Street. Panel has before it applicant materials. There's presentation material from the agent received 27 June. There's a tree inventory prepared by Cohen & Master, Tree and Shrub, 8th of April. And a staff report from City Planning, June the 30th. So I'll ask the agent here to join us, please, by stating your name.
Hello, my name is Eric Bowling. I'm the project architect for this proposal at 214 College Street.
Very good. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Panel members, questions here for the architect? I'm not hearing any, so let's take the application into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Nipfel, go right ahead.
Chairman, this is a much beloved building collection, and I think it's extremely iconic of the city of Toronto. The proposal will really have almost no impact on the street except for a possible change at one of the entrances. There's no negative impact. I don't think there's any question that it complies with the 4 tests for minor variance. I'd like to move approval subject to the heritage condition that was recommended.
Thank you very much. And that is seconded by Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, show of hands, please. Motion carried. And application is approved. Thanks very much.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, there is a heritage staff report.
Yes, it was It was cited and it is part of the it's part of the approval. Okay then. We go on now to number 38. 1450 and 1500 O'Connor Drive. Panel is looking at draft plan of survey, 4 photographs of the subject properties, cover letter from the agent from 10 and 28 of February, and an email from Engineering and Construction dated 25 March. So we shall ask the agent to join us. Please just state your name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee. My name is Robert Dragicevic, and I'm the planning consultant to Surrey Plaza Limited.
Good afternoon. Very good. Okay. Panel members, questions for the agent? I don't hear any, so let's take the application into committee for a motion. Mr. Clay, go ahead, please.
Sure, Chair. I think this is a very straightforward technical change, looking for a severance of 2 properties so they could sell one of the properties and allowing for a right-of-way. I think it's very straightforward. I assume, well, I don't assume, I understand that planning staff and engineering staff have all looked at this and have signed off on it. There are the standard engineering conditions because it was once 2 separate properties. It's been melded into one. Now it's going back to 2. So I think it's very straightforward. My colleagues don't have anything to add. I'll just move a motion to approve the severance subject to the conditions outlined in the engineering report.
Very good. And that gets a second from Ms. Valentini. It is moved and seconded to approve subject to engineering. All those in favor, please, show of hands. And that motion is carried. The application is approved.
Thank you.
Most welcome. We move on to number 39, 158 Marion Street. Where we're looking at a copy of the minutes from the 22nd of July public hearing, applicant materials, cover letter from the agent, 29 June, presentation materials, agent, 29 June, and email correspondence from City Planning, March 31st. So, agent, please join us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Christian Chan of C2 Planning. My address is Suite 138 at 157 Adelaide Street, West Toronto, Ontario.
Good afternoon. Okay. And I'm just going to ask you if there's one thing we should know about your application, what would it be?
Thank you, sir. So this is a relatively straightforward application. This is an application that in 2017 was approved, variances for six rental units in a low-rise walk-up apartment building. And since the time of the 2017, the ownership changed. And what happened was that the previous owner constructed 7 dwelling units in the building. And then an order to comply was issued to the new owner, who are my clients. And since then, they tried to rectify the situation by proceeding to a building permit to go back to the previous 2017 approval, 6 dwelling units. And since the time between 2017 and the application was made in 2021, the secondary suites regulations in the zoning bylaw had changed, and therefore a variance was identified to the new secondary suite regulations. And as such, the variance that is now before you is the one variance that we're required to rectify that situation to permit the 6 dwelling units. Again, In the intervening time, we had discussions with City Planning and Transportation Services to secure landscaping improvements in the rear and front yard. So as there were previous variances in this application that were with respect to soft landscaping, both in the rear and front yard, are now eliminated, and we're just left with the one variance. We had those discussions with planning staff. We got a deferral last year, and since then have revised the plans to come back to you today with this one variance simply for to authorize the 6th dwelling unit as was previously granted in 2017.
Okay. Let me ask you, I mean, there's a lot there. In the purpose of the application, it makes reference to the building permit, which was issued for only 5 units. I've heard you mention 7 and 6, but
yes,
where does the 5 come into this?
Yes, so it's interesting because in 2017, even though it was approved for 5 dwelling units, when the previous owner proceeded to get their building permit, the buildings department approved 5. I don't know the details of the exact reason why it went, they got approved for 6, so they complied with the approval at the Committee of Adjustment from 2017, but for some reason, the building permit was issued for 5, and then the previous owner constructed 7. The inspection came in, saw 7 units, and then my client, the new owners, inherited that non-compliant dwelling unit and wished to go back to the 6, but of course, in the intervening time, the bylaw had changed, and now we're back before the committee to seek the 6th unit to be approved.
Thank you very much. I'll see if any of my panel colleagues have a question.
So how many units are there right now? Are there 7 or 6?
Right now there are 6 units. So this, in approving this variance, would authorize that 6 units as previously approved in 2017.
So you've already taken the 7 original ones and made 6 out of them.
That's correct. And pursuant to a any decision by the Committee of Adjustment in this application, we would take this variance approval, should it be approved, to have the building permit authorized and issued for the 6th unit, to have that legalized.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, panel? I'm not hearing any, so let's take it into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a fairly straightforward one and somewhat more commendable in the sense that the current owner actually wants to take it from a situation that perhaps had an illegal 7th unit into something that is legal and tone it down to 6 units. So I do not see an issue with this particular application. I'd like to propose a motion to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second? It is seconded, Ms. Valentini. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please, show of hands. Vote unanimous to carry the motion. The application is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Thank you. And that takes us on to number 40, 118 Tyndall. We have minutes from the October 21 public hearing, copy of materials submitted, cover letter from the agent, 16 June, email from Transportation Services, and there is a petition in opposition which contains 65 signatures signed by owners and occupants of 118 Tyndall. So let's go to the agent. Please join us. State your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Andy Verhill. I'm the architect from AVA Design Studio. I'm the architect as well as the applicant and the agent for this application.
Good afternoon to you. Okay. Panel members, any questions for the agent? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Just with regard to variance number 1, the the bylaw states that a building such as this one must provide amenity space at a minimum rate of 4 meters square. What you're asking for is 1.24. That seems like a very drastic reduction.
Yes. So what we have done, we have improved the lobby space, the interior amenity space. So we have a lobby area of 33.7 meters square. We're only adding 2 additional bachelor units to this existing building, which is 93 units. So we're proposing 95. We've also renovated and improved the front yard landscaping. So we've provided 83.7 meters squared of garden space in the front of the building. So we have already done that previously to this application. As well as that, we are providing half-size locker spaces for the units. So there has been a petition issued last year in last September, I believe. And we have, through the property management company, we have spoken to the tenants. Everyone that has a half-size locker is being given another half-size locker space. So they're not going to be reduced in locker space. The existing locker space areas is a fire hazard. We've had a fire inspection notice asking us to remove the contents in those spaces, which we have. Those lockers are wood. The sprinklers do not cover all of the lockers. So we have a new sprinkler layout that is going to provide sprinkler coverage in those spaces. And we're giving the tenants that have lockers, new metal lockers, lockers that conform to the OBC, that are safe. The existing locker spaces have potential asbestos insulation around the pipes. So we are improving the nature of the ground floor for the existing tenants.
Where did you find room for these new lockers?
So we have, as you can see in plan, so if you look at A203, the very back space, we have locker space in there.
Okay, back left, back right?
Between, well, yeah, the lower right-hand side of the page. So we have 2 rooms there. We have a small room for management storage, as well as a smaller space that has 4 lockers in there. And then we have another larger room in the back where we've moved the rest of the lockers.
Then shed some light, please, on this. We have a 65 signature petition in which the petitioners complain of their fear of losing their lockers. So
that was issued. Let me just snap it in front of me here. Yeah, so that was submitted in March 2022, and we've addressed that issue in the last month.
Okay. As I look at the petition, I now read that it's dated October 2021, and you received it in the spring sometime, and you have addressed it by creating new locker space. So presumably nobody that was concerned about losing their locker space under their lease is now in a position of having to worry about that.
This is correct. So actually, when they had submitted the petition, we had already accommodated the locker storage space. The property manager had not made the tenants aware of that.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for the applicant, Mr. Clay, then Ms. Valentini, then Mr. Nipfel?
Sure, I just want to follow up on that. I must confess I don't know much about the regulatory framework around locker and storage space. but it sounds commendable that you're making improvements. It sounds like it desperately needed them. But what do the regulations say about locker and storage space? You have 95 units. Do you have to provide a locker for each unit?
We do not have to provide any locker spaces for these rental units.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Ms. Valentini?
In terms of the variances and the use of the locker storage space, I don't know if that qualifies as amenity space under the bylaw. Does it? Does it have an impact on the variances?
Locker space is not part of interior amenity space.
Okay, and so I'm assuming then for variance 1 with the reduction in the amenity space, was the building originally had insufficient amenity space? I'm assuming.
Correct. The building didn't have any interior amenity space at all.
Okay. And in terms of the parking variance, that's impacted probably partially as a result of the bike storage?
Not at all. The existing building is existing non-conforming, so there's 33 parking spaces below grade and 8 spaces above grade, and we're maintaining all of that.
So are both of these variances existing conditions?
Absolutely.
Except maybe you need more amenity space because you're adding 2 more units. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah.
And after that's Mr. Nipfel, then Mr. Byatt, if he wishes.
I just want to clarify that I've got this correct. The objection letter that we got basically indicated that the people disagreed with you. They said that as part of their lease, they were entitled to a locker. And if that was the case, then if there were 95 units, there was an entitlement to 95 lockers. But as you indicated in your covering letter, of the lockers that were available at the time, because they're as you've indicated, they need repair and they're a fire hazard, only 34 of them were occupied. And so you've indicated that anybody that has an occupied locker will get a locker under this new plan. Does that still mean that, as the objectors clearly seem to feel, that the remainder, the 61 additional units are paying or have been paying in their rent for lockers that will not be available?
So my understanding from the property manager is that the lockers are not part of their lease agreement.
So then, that being the case, the only obligation you have then is under the zoning bylaw.
Absolutely.
Have you had a meeting with the tenants to explain that? Because that's quite a dramatic difference of opinion between yourself and your tenants.
So the property manager has notified what we're proposing to do and has discussed this issue with the tenants, and everyone seems to be fine with it. Everyone is fine with it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just picking up from Mr. Clay's comments with regard to the understanding that the tenants seem to have with regard to their legal rights, and they use that term. I'm a bit uncomfortable with this application, because my sense would be that assuming we approve the application, particularly with regard to, I think it's variance number 1, would we be perhaps contravening a legal understanding, or perhaps a legal such a condition that the tenants actually do have? And since the applicant seems to suggest that the management has spoken to those in opposition, which would basically the tenants, and the tenants are in agreement, somehow we don't have any kind of indication from tenants that they're good with it. So I'm a little uncomfortable with the idea that, we go ahead and we approve this application, only to discover that we've perhaps put some tenants in a rather difficult situation.
But my
May I-
question,
may-
oh, I'm sorry, go ahead and answer, applicant.
So we had placed the sign notifying this public hearing in the front of the building, and there has been no people that have sent letters of opposition, or no one that was willing to come to speak. So we had spoken with the property manager. They had it be known that everyone who had a tenant had a locker was going to get a locker space, and that our understanding from the property management company is that everything that their issue, that their petition, that their grievance had been resolved.
Okay, on this same vein, and my question would go to staff. Would this type of a notice have been distributed individually to the apartment tenants, where they each have got a letter in the mail about it, or would it have depended upon a lobby posted sign?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd have to check to see the circulation, but I suspect that it would have been a posting in the main.
The thing that I find, well, okay, so the thing I find unusual about this is that last October, 65 people signed the petition. You've described a solution to me, but it still strikes me as quite startling that nobody amongst the 65 thought to register for this hearing of the Committee of Adjustment to offer their comments about the whole situation. I just find that interesting.
Can I say something else?
Go ahead.
So on June 16th, we submitted a letter to the Committee of Adjustment describing this this whole process and how we've addressed this petition.
Go ahead.
There it is, yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can confirm, I just checked the circulation list, and it went to the property management team at 118 Tyndall Avenue, which means then it would have been posted in the elevators.
So it would have been posted, panel members, but it didn't go individually to all the tenants. Yeah. Okay.
Could I ask one further question to the applicant?
You then Ms. Valentini to follow. Go ahead.
Would you be prepared to post this letter in the lobby? And my only reason is we've no record anywhere of your, and I'm not suggesting that you're being ingenuous in this regard, but our client, the statement that our client will ensure that every tenant who currently has a locker will be assigned one after the project is completed. Somewhere, it seems to me the tenants in this building need to know that. And I would suggest, and I'm asking if you would consider posting this letter that you've given to us in the lobby of the apartment building.
We would absolutely consider that. Absolutely.
Madam, could we make that a condition, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, that kind of a thing? Who's going to enforce it? Yeah, okay. So the enforceability question arises there. Ms.
But
Valentini?
we are also 100% that we know that the locker storage is not part of the lease agreement. The property management company has gone through the leases and have clarified that. A lot of these tenants have had lockers for many, many years and feel that they've had that for such a long time that they feel it's part of their lease.
Could it have been part of the leases going back to the 90s or the early 2000s, and then at some point management decided, hey, we should charge extra. We'll make them optional, and we can charge extra for them, or people can choose not to have them. Is there any suggestion that took place?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Ms. Valentini, you had a question? and then Mr. Byatt.
I don't want to belabor this point, but I'm just wondering in terms of I thought it was interesting when I looked at the petition, and when it came before us on the October 21st, or the petition's dated October 21st, it has been resubmitted, it looks like. I'm assuming, because it's received by us March 22nd. So I'm just wondering, since March 22nd, did you then have conversations with the tenants to describe that the lockers are available and et cetera? Or just wondering what the timing is, why they resubmitted the petition?
So in answer to that question, we did have discussions with them between March 22nd till June 16th. And that's why we ensured that we went through the list, the number of people that actually had lockers, which was 34 tenants. And so that's why we ensured that we could provide 36 half-size lockers so that those people would be accommodated. As well as we checked in 2 weeks ago with them.
Mr. Byatt, your question.
Just a question as well. I'm looking at the petition, and there's an email address and a telephone number. Whoever the email address belongs to, with some kind of message sent out to that email address, or folks whose phone number that is posted, were they contacted by any chance?
I believe they were, yes. The existing property manager went and ensured that everyone had been accommodated, that they had been spoken to.
And nobody responded. That's the part I find a bit challenging.
Yes.
So the property manager spoke with them, basically ensuring that everyone that had a locker would get a locker.
Okay, if there are no further questions for the applicant, we can take this application into committee for discussion. Moving toward a motion. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead. We're in committee now.
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, the applicant is having to speak for other people, and when he wasn't present, and the assumption, and I wouldn't want him to be held for his understanding that the maintenance company has done certain things. If they haven't done them, that's regrettable, but it's not this applicant's fault. I think in order to proceed, I would like to move approval of the application, and not as a condition. I didn't mean that it would be a condition, but I would like us to note in the minutes that the applicant has agreed to post the letter, his letter to the Committee of Adjustment dated the 16th of June, 2022, identifying that the client will ensure that every tenant who currently has a locker will be assigned one after the project is completed. At least there's a record of our understanding of what's been negotiated. It's not a condition, but the applicant before us was very generous in agreeing to post this letter, and I'd just like to have that noted in the minutes.
And could we could attach to that a timeline for the duration of posting? It doesn't go up Monday and come down Tuesday. We could say that we wanted it to be posted for 28 days. 14.
I think then it becomes a condition, because somebody has to actually make sure that it didn't go up for 25 days. I think in this case, unless we're going to be here all night, I think we have to trust that the applicant before us is giving us his best advice, and based on that best advice, this is not an ironclad solution, but I think it's the best we can do, short of speaking to every single person that has a locker, and I don't think that's feasible.
Other comments from panel members? Ms. Valentini, go ahead.
I agree with Carl. I like his approach to that. At least, that information's out there, and it's good to hear that the people who already have lockers are getting lockers. So I'm in support if Carl's bringing that motion with that caveat in the minutes.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to make a comment, or we can move to a motion? Okay. Anyone ready with the motion?
I thought that was a motion.
That was a motion?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Is there, oh, so it is, and it's been seconded in that case by Ms. Valentini. Okay. It is moved and seconded. Pardon me. It is moved and seconded to approve with that for the record note to be added. Those in favor, please, show of hands. Mr. Byatt? Okay. Oh, and those opposed?
Opposed, please.
Okay, so let the record show that Mr. Byatt was opposed in dissent. The motion was carried by 4 votes, and the application is so approved.
Thank you very much.
And that takes us along to number 41, 113 Bristol. And on this application, we have before us minutes from the January 12th public hearing. Copy of plan of survey, revised site plan, floor plans, elevations. A deferral request from the agent, received January 10, 2022. An opposition correspondence from 117 Bristol Ave from Nancy Fishburne. Okay, let's have the agent join us, please.
Jonathan,
Good afternoon.
you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Please state your name.
Jonathan Benskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Very good. Thank you. Panel members, questions here for the agent on item number 41. Any questions? Mr. Nipfel, please go ahead, followed by Mr. Clay.
Could you very briefly, Mr. Gutowski, just go over what's changed since this was deferred last time?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Kniffel, essentially all that has changed is it's now, it was brought to my attention by the neighbor to the south, which led to the deferral request, that the owner had subsequently rented out a portion of the dwelling. So what has essentially changed is we're now looking to make this a legal 2-unit, which would allow for a building permit to be issued, which through my conversation with the adjacent neighbor to the south, many of her concerns actually just dealt with the construction and the quality of what she deemed to be the construction at that time. So through the deferral request, we went back and we've added the additional unit, which would then satisfy her concerns of any fire or any of the construction issues of what was previously been done.
Thank you.
Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
So I think Mr. Clay was ahead of me,
Yes,
Mr.
he
Chair.
was. I'm sorry. Mr. Clay, go ahead. Followed by Mr. Byatt.
That's very, very kind of you, sir. I wasn't part of the discussion in January when this was deferred, so I'm a little bit playing catch up. I guess my first question would be, this was a 2-story addition that was built beyond what had been approved by the building permit, which sounds like the building permit was just simply enclose a back porch. Can you just give me a kind of context, like how much deeper did this actual structure go beyond what was approved by the building permit?
Yes, so if we could bring up the plans. Yes, thank you, perfect. So we would see there on, yeah, that one right. Yeah, that one, no, sorry, one more. With the existing first. So what we see there is that existing first, that's the existing first floor. I'm not sure if that's the correct plan. Yes, correct. What we have there is the stair was added at the rear on that first floor. And if we go to the second floor, it's the entirety of that second floor was closed in.
So in terms of depth, the added depth beyond what was approved on the building permit is the stairs alone.
No,
Is that correct?
approximately 3.66 meters.
So almost 4 meters beyond what the building permit permitted. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Byatt, please.
It's a quick one. Just picking up on that same question. What led to this almost 4-meter expansion beyond what's allowed?
I wasn't involved in the original portion, Mr. Byatt. What I can tell you is the owner is thought that he could occupy this rear enclosed portion. I'm not sure why, but again, it was his thought that he could occupy this rear portion at the back and just fill it all in because it was a porch. What I could say is, again, speaking to the adjacent neighbor and taking away the fact that, again, yes, this is an as-built situation, any type of impact that may occur has already been existing. And what I would say to that is their lack of attendance here or lack of additional objection may indicate really an impact that is just not being felt there from the additional length that was added. And again, in no way justifying what took place.
Any others? Ms. Valentini, please.
Yes, I want to be clear because I'm looking at the order to comply. So basically, you're saying that, this is what I understand you to be saying, that the first story, that there was a building permit issued for the first story, ground floor, I mean, and there was 4 extra square meters added beyond what was permitted. And then in addition, the whole second story addition was beyond the permit as well.
Essentially, yes, correct.
Okay, because I just noted here, it says here, 1-story rear addition having a depth of 12 feet has been constructed in lieu of the 4-foot porch enclosure.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
I have one other question. Mr. Binkowski, you indicated that you weren't involved at the time that the construction took place, but the drawings have all got an engineer stamp on them. So the drawings that were followed in the construction were prepared by a professional engineer, and presumably the work was undertaken by a professional engineer. And it's odd, well, not odd. One has trouble understanding how this work could proceed without approval. And I'm not holding you responsible, but sometimes if somebody puts a patio in and they weren't supposed to, I can understand that. But this is a pretty substantial bit of construction, and it's all designed and structurally analyzed by a professional engineer. Can you, it sounds to me like this is blatant sort of ignoring of the bylaws. And as I say, it's not directed at you, but I'm having trouble with this proceeding without anybody being aware that this was illegal.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I essentially agree with you 100%, Mr. Kniffel, with that statement. What I can tell you is the individual who prepared these drawings was not involved with the original permit. This is after the fact. So my understanding is that these have just been prepared by an engineer after the fact, meaning, and this may give us a little bit of insight here. We have an August 24th, 2020 stamp, and I believe we made this application back in 2021. So my understanding is that these plans were not prepared. I'm sorry, the original permit was not prepared by the same designer and engineer. They are after the fact of the original building permit.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
Can I just weigh in? But the order to comply, it's late in the day. Maybe the order to comply is dated after that, after the stamp drawings.
I'm not sure about that, but and again, I'm not saying this is what happened, but sometimes engineers aren't that diligent in changing the date of their stamp of what already has a stamp. Again, I'm not sure, but I could just tell you in my experience, the stamp date often doesn't change throughout an engineer's process type thing.
Okay, then. If there are no more questions, then I think we can take this application into committee at this point for any discussion. Moving toward a motion. Mr. Clay, go ahead, please.
Chair, I will confess I have serious concerns about this application. I agree. I had the same thought as Carl. You know, sometimes when an individual builds a deck off their back or encloses the front porch, it's not surprising that they don't realize they needed a permit. This is a situation where a very substantial addition was put on the back of a house that was almost 4 meters longer than the building permit allowed, and then on top of that, a second story. To me, this is a quite flagrant attempt to circumvent the rules. And I find it difficult to support this application, even though it's already built. I think this is a circumstance where we need to demonstrate some resolve about, very flagrantly going around the rules that everyone else has to follow. So I won't be supporting this application.
Mr. Byatt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to echo what Larry's just said. I was looking at the correspondence in opposition, and the individual who presented that to us has a couple of photographs. And I think when you look at the photographs that this person has presented, it really does present a graphic image of just how much overbuild there is. And coming back to the comment you have made on many occasions, Mr. Chair, that had this been a proposal to build right at the beginning, and if that was presented to us, we likely would not have approved it. So I think, given those, I'm in complete agreement with Larry that this is a flagrant disregard for the rules, and I can't support it either.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. For my part, it doesn't strike me as a desirable project, and I do see it as overbuild. Yeah. Is anyone else like to make a comment or a motion? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move along. I'd like to bring forward a motion that the application be refused for the very reasons mentioned.
Does that have a second? It does. Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to refuse. Those in favor, please, show of hands. And that's a unanimous vote to carry the motion and to so refuse the application.
Thank you.
That takes us along to number 42. 236 Augusta Avenue. On 236 Augusta, we've got before us minutes from the March 2022 public hearing, copy of plan of survey, revised site plan, floor plans and elevations, and a staff report from Urban Forestry, 27 June. I'll ask the applicant to join us now, please, by stating your name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Pedro Pimentel. I'm the architect for this project. My address is 111 Floridale Drive in Mississauga.
Thank you very much. Okay. So, panel members, any questions here? This was an application that was deferred in March of 2020. Well, I'll put a question then. In March of 2020, since March of 2020, Mr. Pimentel, how has the application changed?
So I could explain the reason why for the deferral. At the time of my presentation at that time, I realized that one variance was missing. That's the variance for the rear yard setback, which is number 1 on your list. And I asked for a deferral because my understanding was that the zoning examiner somehow missed that variance, which was quite important for my building permit. So after that, I had some discussions with the zoning examiner, and she agreed that that variance should be included. I could elaborate a little bit more. So the 2.35 meters is an existing addition in the rear yard of this property. And the zoning examiner assumed that because the addition was there, we didn't have to have a variance, but actually we're building a second floor addition on that same location. So I kind of prefer to have that variance included just for the sake to get my building permit. So that's the reason. The drawings are exactly the same. There was no changes whatsoever.
Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. This is obviously located in a very important part of the city in the heart of Kensington. And I've been going up and down the streets and looking around. It's obviously a very eclectic. It's also an area in fairly significant transition. But I haven't been able to find any instances where there was a front balcony facing the streets in any of the areas. So this looks like it would be, if not the first, one of the first. And at a really kind of important intersection. And I just wondered what your thoughts were about putting 2 balconies overlooking the street in this location. I'm not too sure I'm supportive of that.
So basically, we had some discussions with the Heritage about those balconies. Erin Smith was the Heritage planner, and she, after some discussion, she agreed that there will be an improvement to the building. It's still a 3-story building. The condition that was kept was that we need to keep the triangle roof and the same height of the roof that is now part of the package, which is, you can see on the drawing A9. If you can move to that drawing, sorry, A8, or so that was the discussion we had with the Heritage planner. Yeah, either those, so A9 or A8, explain that we are keeping a triangle that is considered as heritage of the property, and by doing so, she will support our application.
Yeah, again, I don't want to get in a debate with you. I get the heritage aspect. It just strikes me that this is a departure from the norm. Most places have balconies off the rear, and I just my colleagues may not agree with me on this one, but it just strikes me that this is a move in an area, notwithstanding whether it's heritage or not, a move in an area that departs from the norm. So I'll leave it to hear from my colleagues whether they share that concern or not.
Any other questions? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
I agree with Larry. It is a departure and it's a slightly troubling one. I have another question. The drawing that's on the screen right now, if you look at it, there is a stairway, two stairways, and then there's a landing. And the balcony is the width of the two stairways combined, and then that much again. So the balcony is quite deep. If you go back to drawing A2, which is the floor plan, the balcony is not the same size. So drawing A2. You see, in this case, the balcony is just the width of the two stairs. Whereas on the elevations, it appears that there's a balcony and then that stairway is further out. So there's some, as I see it, there's some lack of agreement between your floor plans and your elevations.
Applicant, you comment on that, please?
Can you go back a little bit? So show the section, please. So the A9 section, or I'm sorry, elevation. Yeah, that's the correct. So basically, the balcony is 4.2 feet, 4 feet 2 inches, and then the stairs in the back are just the normal exit stairs. So,
So then the third floor plan is not correct. Then is that?
If you can, yes.
That's not what the third floor plan shows.
If we can move to the third floor plan, maybe I'll take a look at that. Yeah, I don't think this is the right. There was a revision done in August 18. I don't think this is the right drawing. Can you?
Okay, that's all we got.
August 16, 2021. That shows June 8, 2021. This is not the right drawings. I'm sorry, committee members, but I'm looking at a different set of drawings, at least for the third floor plan. The drawings that I have with me, my copy does not match on the third floor.
Okay, the reason I raise it is, well, in part because of what Mr. Clay said about balconies in general, but if you're in fact building a bigger balcony than is shown here, is there a variance involved in this larger balcony? Normally there's a size requirement on balconies, and are you over it we need a drawing that, or you need to be sure that you're in compliance with the bylaw.
Okay, sorry, the front balcony is correct, the 4.2 feet, the 4 foot 2 inches. I'm just saying the third floor, the building is set back. The building is not lining up with the exit stair. As you go back to the section, you can see that this was another requirement from the planner that we should set back the rear of. You see, there's a setback on the third floor. So
Okay.
this is what I'm saying, that that third floor is not the right drawing. I'm sorry.
And you're satisfied that you don't need a variance for the size of that balcony?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Valentini, please.
So looking at this elevation, the north elevation, so the third floor in your proposal is set back further than what's.
Yes, correct. Yes, I don't know how the third floor came into, or that plan came into effect. It's the drawings I have with me, August 16, 2021, show the third floor the way it shows here on the north elevation and on the south as well.
It shows it the same as this we're looking at, or no?
It shows the setback on the third floor, correct? Yes, but not the way that it's presented on these drawings. I don't know how
is it set back further, or is it about the same amount of setback? Because I was going to ask.
No, the same. I'm sorry, the same as this north elevation.
Oh, except for the balcony. That's the only thing that's different.
Yeah, only the third floor does not show the correct.
Can I interrupt for a second? Lisa, I think what he's saying is that elevation's correct. What isn't correct is the floor plan.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you.
Okay, the elevation's correct in terms of the setback. Thank you. Okay, so in terms of then the addition and I was looking at, I don't know what I was looking at, the survey maybe. Do the other buildings surrounding 234, 238, are there depths similar in nature to this, to what you're proposing on all three
Yes.
floors or in all
Yes,
of them,
so-
or they
yeah.
step back?
So the 238, we meet the same depth as that they have right now, and the 234 Augusta, which is the corner, is actually even further out. So it's actually taking the whole property.
Okay, and is that like on just the ground floor, or is that on multiple floors for the 234 and 238? Do you know?
No, it's so the unit to 238. It's 2.5 story, so it is also a 3-story, but not the second floor is only a portion. I'm sorry, the third floor is only the middle portion of the
Okay.
property. Yeah.
And the second floor is deeper, like it's
The
about
second
as
floor
deep
is
as.
deeper.
Okay,
Correct.
and about 234 then. Two 34. How does that? The second, are you looking, or are you just? I don't know. That's the
No,
question.
the 234 is the same footprint, is like 2-story, and then the middle part is a 3-story. So the middle part of the building has a gable roof that is well, it's a kind of a different shape actually, because it is
Yeah, but I think it's step back, isn't it? Step back.
Yes,
from
yes,
second and
exactly.
third, where yours is not. Okay. I
As
was trying to think
a
about
different
how.
shape.
Yeah,
As
I
a
was
different-
trying to figure out how this is going to fit from the rear, since the addition's at the rear, in comparison to the other properties that are adjacent to it, in terms of the massing.
We did speak with the owner of 234 Augusta, and he had no objections, even though he just wanted to find out how we're going to be dealing with the party wall, because of course we have party walls on the both sides, and that's why he wanted to clarify with me how we're going to deal with that.
Any other questions, panel? I think at this stage, then we can take it into committee for discussion. Let's do that. Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Sure. Again, I'm not entirely sure whether my colleagues agree with me or not, but I do still have some fairly, I don't have any problems generally with the overall proposal. I mean, we are seeing 4, 3, 4, even 5-story new builds or renovations in that area. Most of them are set back. But this is this strikes me as being, if not the main street, one of the main streets in Kensington. And I do have concerns about, we don't set precedent, but I do have some concerns about supporting a residential unit that has balconies and overlook into the street. So if I do note from the variances that the main variance that relates to the balcony is number 3. So I wonder, again, I don't have any problems with the overall proposal, but I wonder if I were to put a motion, again, I don't want to preempt anyone else from reflecting on this one, but if I were to put a motion that would approve this application but refuse variance number 3, if folks agree with me about the balcony, is that something that you guys think might be supportable? I'm happy to put that motion, and you can tell me one way by hands or not. Carl, what do you think?
I can support that. I wonder if to help, I've got the Google Street View up on my screen here, and I'm wondering, is there any way we could get it on the screen in front of all of us? Because it shows your point rather well, particularly if you scroll down the street.
Yeah, and that was my main point, is I couldn't find any street-facing facade that had balconies on it.
Ms.
Lisa,
Valentini?
what do you think?
Just, I understand exactly where you're coming from, and I agree, like, it, you know, in terms of fitting in with sort of the character existing in that stretch. And is it the fact that it's on the second and third floor? Because it looks like when you read that provision for the variance section, item number 3, that anything above the third floor, you can have a balcony. I mean, we're not going over 3 stories, but you know, it must be located above the 3 stories closest to established grade. So it does, you know, they're not prohibited from having balconies on the front facade, but maybe having them too close to grade is, yeah, anyway, I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying. I think, you know, in this context, perhaps it is unusual.
And it may well be that what you're, the reason, because as you go up higher, maybe the balcony is set back, right? I mean, you see a lot of them where they're
Agreed.
stepped back. And then that doesn't seem to be as offensive.
Mr. Byatt.
Contrary to Larry's perspective and Carl's, I am not averse to the idea of having balconies overlooking a street like Augusta. In fact, if anything, it perhaps presents an opportunity for more interaction at the street level or at least along the street. I'm somewhat reminded of the balconies one sees in New Orleans, and I'm not by any stretch of the imagination comparing Augusta with some of the more famous streets in New Orleans. But having a balcony where people would be actually sitting and potentially, should you have other people with other balconies later on, people do interact. And I think having that possibility of interaction between community members, from my perspective, would be a positive thing. So I'm not averse to the idea of having a balcony overlooking the street.
All right. Did you want to say anything finally, Carl, about this issue? Because I'll chime in if you...
I'm the same view as Larry.
Okay.
I welcome his view that we should be looking at street. I mean, it's an urban design tenet that you look at the character of a street and you try and duplicate its main elements. The one thing here that stands out as awful is that extended front on what's it called, the New Bugle. That's the one building that's out of character. The others have all got some consistency to them. So no, I'm completely in agreement with Larry.
I'll chime in then, and throughout this, I was thinking, I thought of the New Orleans example myself. So I was thinking of in New Orleans, those Juliet-type balconies that, in my memory, look out onto the street, and people are walking by down to, you know, on the street level, drinking their drinks, and up there is somebody sitting in the balcony. So I don't have a problem with the balcony concept either.
My only observation on the New Orleans example is that those are typically commercial. Those are not typically residential on the second story. They are typically extensions of the restaurants and the bars below it, and the hotels. There are a lot of hotels. So I just think there's a different dynamic in, obviously, between New Orleans and Kensington. I take your point, but I think it's a very different vibe in New Orleans than we have here. And I'm not averse to animating the street, but I would suggest that these streets are pretty well animated already. So I'm prepared to make a motion. We'll see if it passes or fails. But I will move a motion to approve this application, but refuse variance number 3.
Also need to put forestry number 2 in.
With forestry number 2 condition.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. What about variance number 6?
I wondered about that, Sabrina. I didn't know whether that was related or not.
I believe it is.
Okay. If that's the same relation to the front facade and the balconies, then I would include that as being refused.
Okay, does that have a second? It is seconded by Mr. Nipfel. So moving to a vote, moved and seconded to approve, subject to those two minor variance refusals. All those in favor, please, show of hands. Those opposed? So the motion is carried, and let the record show that Mr. Byatt and Mr. Mullock were in dissent. And with that, we move on to the final application on today's agenda, which is number 43, 56 CEDARCREST Boulevard. The committee had before it the following: minutes from the March 30th, 2022 public hearing, plan of survey, revised site plan, floor plans, elevations, and there is comment from TRCA dated 24 June. So we'll ask the agent here to join us, please, by stating your name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. This is Bomdad Baghdadi from BBA Design Studio, Inc. I'm the architect and the applicant for this application, and I apologize for the background noise. I picked up my folks from airport and I'm driving at the moment.
Okay, very good. Very good.
Greetings to your parents.
I guess
Both hands on the wheel, man.
we hope you haven't been waiting at the airport since yesterday. So that's all with what we hear on the news about the airport. Okay, good. Okay. So panel, questions for this applicant with respect to 56 CEDARCREST? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was basically a technical deferral, right? Because of the notice, you had to do a revised public notice, right?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Nimblad. Good memory. Thank you.
And nothing else has changed.
No, nothing.
Thanks a lot.
Further questions of the applicant? Not hearing any, so I think we can move to take this application into committee for a motion. Mr. Byatt, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move a motion to approve the application as is. There are no conditions attached. This will also expedite the agent from focusing on the road and not on this meeting while he's driving.
All right. Very good. All right. Is there a second to that motion? Is there a second? Mr. Byatt's motion does receive a second from Mr. Nipfel. So it is moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please, show of hands. And that motion is carried by a unanimous vote, and the application is approved.
Thank you, committee. Have a nice evening.
Thank you very
Drive
much.
carefully.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, it is 6:51 p.m., and with that, the panel completes its agenda for today, and we are thereby finished. So, again, I want to commend the panel and salute them for their ability to maintain their focus, even when there seems to be lots and lots of things in the air that are floating around or exploding around them that could lead to confusion. Thank you for maintaining your focus very, very much, and to staff for your excellent support in keeping everything moving forward.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank Sabrina and the person that was managing the telephones, and a guy I don't know named John Holmesy, without whom I wouldn't have been able to join the meeting. He's the one guy that got me into the meeting, so I appreciate that.
Very good.
Here, second that.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
You guys.
Good night.
Good night, all.
See everybody.